Just a heads up before we start that this meeting is being live streamed, so just so you're aware of that if you are speaking. And once the YouTube is, yep. Right, we'll start with our karakia. Get that up on the screen. Whakataka te hau ki te, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ia mai kina ki uta, ia mai taratara te kai. E hi ake ana te atukura, he tio, he huka, he haupu, ti he mahi. And just before I start on the agenda items, I will be looking to chop and change the order of things just to fit in with the timing of the meeting today. If we've got a gap, we might jump to one of the other agenda items that might be quick. So first item is apologies, and Ali has just made it in time. So this. Item 2, declarations of interest. If something does come up, please do let us know. Item 3, confirmation of previous minutes. The mover and a seconder for those. Put that motion for those in favour. Carried. And we'll now jump to the first of our presentations today, which is Harrison. Oh, yes. So if anyone owns the blue car, the blue Suzuki parked just out here, you will need to move it because the library truck will be coming and needs to use that space.
There are also cars parked 2 along there, and I'm one of them. There's no parking available at all outside. Yes. Get towed from there.
Oh, you get towed from there.
2 hours, 2 hours, got 2 hours. So we break it at 2 hours. I need to have a break for 2 hours.
I need a break at 11:45 to move the car. But there are, what I'm saying is.
One does need to move to the truck.
And maybe.
There are 2
ironic, isn't it?
And the others will find it.
Okay, so I'll have to go and move my vehicle.
Yeah, but we're going to get started because we are on a tight time frame.
Surely we could put a call through to enforcement. It's not so.
Yeah. Right. So welcome along, Harrison. So deputations today have 5 minutes to speak. So over to you, Harrison.
Is it that one? Yep. Cool. Morning, everybody. Just going to go through. Do we have slides? I think I sent through slides. I didn't receive them. I emailed them through. Right. I'll start then. Basically, I'm here speaking on behalf of Creative Otamatahi, which is an urban advocacy group. You've possibly seen us around. If you haven't, look it up. Our submission indicated our preferred option was a bus lane over all other options. We also indicated that a clearway was an entirely unacceptable option, so that regardless of whether a bus lane goes through or not, a clearway should not. It doesn't align with the strategic goals, the long-term goals of the corridor. It doesn't align with the community program. And I'm going to go into some detail about that from Council's own reporting. The whole idea of this project is part of the downstream effect management plan. It's supposed to minimise the impact of traffic on Snorbins. That does mean every part of Snorbins, not just funneling everyone through one part of Snorbins. It's negatively going to impact the cohesiveness of the neighbourhood. If you put a clearway in, it's going to create more traffic congestion and such like. It does not align with the safety, travel choice, or local connectivity priorities that was put into this consultation document, and it doesn't also really align with the traffic flow. So I'll go back to your Oricon report that you received in 2022. Option F and section 6.11 were about removing bus lanes, and Oricon's opinion on that was basically it was not going to work, it was moot, it would not do anything to solve the problem. If I go to the Stantec report you received earlier this year, it reduces the HOV, high efficiency vehicle rate ability to go through. It also will not give that much of an impact. It's 1 to 2 minutes at most for people making entire trips from the Waimakariri to town, and that the impact is likely to be offset by induced demand. For those of you who don't know induced demand, I have a piece from Kent Highmall in 2019. And that outlines 2 key things I want to point out to you today. One is that aggregate vehicle miles increase with the number of road miles. So for every mile of road you build, it will be driven, right? That is an exact relationship. And 2, that capacity expansion vanishes within 5 years. So within 5 years' time, any extra lane on Cranford Street that is for cars will be full of cars completely. So you will have double the amount of traffic. These 2 reports indicate there is no benefit to a clearway, right? The other thing I'd like to point out, and we'll go through the consultation, I had some graphs here. but I'll just kind of try and explain them to you, is that when you look at the people who submitted in favour of clearways and T2 lanes, they are almost exclusively car drivers. Of everyone who submitted outside of a vehicle, only 40 people across the entirety of the 600 submissions who were not in a vehicle voted for a combined either a clearway or a T2 lane. Everybody else who was not in a vehicle voted for a bus lane. And almost 100 people who were in vehicles also voted for a bus lane on top of that. And it's not that the clearway has a majority, the clearway has the plurality. The majority of people decided they did not want the clearway as an option. They voted for something else instead. So it's the least equitable option, it's the highest risk option, and it's the one that's going to cause the most damage. You received the recommendation for it in 2019, and the response to it was 2,500 signatures against it. That still stands from the community. You should listen to that. The bus lane is a better option. It improves vehicle throughput. That aligns with ECAN's PT Future strategy that they're coming up with. That is literally in their public transport plan they've just put through. That will mean that on peak, you'll probably see a doubled frequency on the 27 and more services from the Waimakariri. That's important to note because if those services are competitive, it will take more cars off the road. If they are not competitive, you're going to have issues, right? So it needs to be a well-designed corridor that is able to function for everyone. It also creates buffers for pedestrians and cyclists, and that is important when you're looking at safety of movement, children through the area, and for equitable mode choice. The last thing I want to say is that despite all of this, somehow the clearway has come up as the recommended option. So despite the fact that the Oricon report, the Stantec report, and if you want to talk about the Abley report attached to this briefing, all of them indicate the clearway does not actually provide any benefit except for a really, really short-term sugar hit. Within 5 years, that clearway will be full. And I also note that the notice of requirement for the downstream effect management plan expires in 5 years. So what is going to happen if a clearway goes in is that there will be no legal recourse except the Environment Court for this community to take up an issue that they have. And I think that's really, really kind of not hitting the nail on the head from the community because we don't want it. And we're going to be out of time, but we'll be out of time in 5 years to deal with it.
That's great.
We've got probably 1 minute for any quick questions anyone's got. Ellie?
Yeah, thanks, Harrison. You've said a few things like the clearway causes the most damage, the clearway will not reduce traffic. You stand by those positions. Okay, so the 3 to 5 year window will provide an opportunity to address the traffic flow and the safety and reduce the congestion on the street. Would you agree with that?
So the modelling shows that 1 to 2 year windows where the most benefits are seen. 3 to 5, you're starting to move back towards what we have now. By 5 years, we'll be back at the same.
Can I just go back to my question? The 3 to 5 years provides a window, according to the experts, where the traffic will flow more freely on and reduce the congestion on Cranford Street.
In theory, but it will also not provide benefits for high oxygen vehicles. So when
I'm not asking you that, Harrison.
Yeah,
I'm just asking you, is that what the engineers are saying, that the 3 to 5 years will provide a window within which we could look at doing other things because of the reduced congestion and better flow on Cranford? That's what the engineers and experts are saying.
There is the potential for that in a 3 to 5 year window. After the 5 year window.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you, Harrison.
Thank you very much for that, Harrison. Next up, we have Tim Frank. Welcome along.
Hello, do I have to push anything?
No, you're good.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, so I'm Tim Frank. I live here in Papanui with my family. As you see, it seems these meetings always happen right before a service. So I've got my collar on, but I'm actually in the past, was in transport and am still interested in it. So I travel on that road a bit on the 27 because even though the number 1 is often my main bus, if I have to wait in town, I catch the 27 and often number 1 gets stuck in Victoria Street, not getting across Beeley Avenue. So the 27 is often quicker. So I want to make 2 points. First of all, of course, a bus line is better. That's out of the question. There's 2 main points I want to make. The current arrangement with the number 1 bus being both a frequent service for the Northwest and the service to Rangiora isn't working really. So that has to be disentangled, and I think ECAN are looking at that as well. I hope so. I'll certainly tell them that on Monday. And so the best way to do that would be to, because at the moment the services from Rangiora, it means that in the northwest, rather than having a bus every 15 minutes, we have two buses every 30 minutes because of bunching. And it also affects going northwards as well. So the best way to do that is to have the bus to Rangiora along Cranford Street and have an interchange in North Cranford Street. And for us to do that, we need to have good bus services along Cranford Street. So that's the one thing. It affects not just people there, but it affects us here in Papanui Road as well. So what we do in Cranford Street will affect Papanui Road and Main North Road as well. And the second thing is, it's not just a local decision. This affects Christchurch as a whole. To a certain extent, it affects transport overall. And it's been shown again and again that making public transport faster, in fact, also speeds up car traffic, because it's well known that car traffic, the speed of car traffic is more determined by the public transport alternative rather than, what's happening otherwise. So the faster a public transport option is, the faster you travel by road. So if you put in more, more road lanes in there, all it means you will make it slower for everybody. And that's international evidence that's well known. So improvements to road congestion, to road networks often make congestions worse if the improvements make public transport more inconvenient. So the best way to speed up traffic is making public transport more attractive. I actually, when I read just this analysis that was provided as part of this consultation, I was a bit appalled, really. It disregards all international evidence, and it's somehow seemed to regard traffic as a continuous flow that wouldn't change. Yes, at current traffic levels, buses won't be slowed down significantly if we have a clearway, but the main point is that buses need to be quicker than cars. Otherwise, you don't get the uptake. And of course, there will be more demand if you channel more cars through Cranford Street. After all, they're coming from Waimakariri, which is a growing area. Now, there would be another option, but you can't decide on that because there's international evidence of another thing, which is called the rail factor. If you had a train service from the Waimakariri, you might be okay clogging up Cranford Street, but you can't decide on that. And at the moment, it looks we're going for buses on that. So I think that's the main reason. If you want to speed people up generally, then you have to keep the bus lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any questions?
Very clear.
Right, you made. Right now we're going to jump to a public forum item. I've got Marjorie here from the Victoria Neighbourhood Association and Pipeline.
Sorry about that.
Marjorie?
Well, you have a huge agenda today, so thank you for squeezing me in. I'm here on behalf of both the Victoria Neighbourhood Association and the Inner City West Group known as ICON. And I believe they've sent a note in to Mark to confirm that they wanted me to speak for them as well. So we, the royal we, are here to ask for your support when the local alcohol policy is discussed by council next month and I guess early next year. From preliminary reports that we've seen or heard, the focus is likely to be on off licenses. We understand that, given the attention that has received recently here and elsewhere. But our experience is with on licenses or bars, if they're open later than 1 a.m. and are located near an established residential neighborhood. So we want to make sure that the impact of on licenses isn't overlooked because things have quieted down in the area near Victoria Street, which is the one that I'll be speaking about since 2018. Doesn't mean that it can't happen again. And so that's what I'm bringing to the table today. You have a 49-page log of incidences that we maintained from 2011 to 2017. This version is one where we removed people's names and their addresses. It tells you what streets they were on and their verbatim comments. At the time, their names and signatures were all there, but this many years later, that didn't seem appropriate. That period includes the previous LAP attempt. There's also an introductory page covering the context of that log for those of you who weren't here at that time. I'm going to let the log speak for itself. And what I ask is that you do flip through it, that you notice the escalation of incidents and that they started with 1 bar. And that's what we keep reminding people. We had no problems prior to 1 bar that came in and traded until 3 a.m. with loud music, with all the things that are talked about in the log. And then as more came on and things escalated. And I just want you to keep that in mind when you read it. And I would like you to linger over some of the photos, which start on about the 4th or 5th page. It is one of the few case studies in New Zealand, which is why Alcohol Watch and some of the other agencies involved in alcohol control have used it and our experience as a model, because it actually provides that case study, and it was just luck or unluck that the period also took the LAP 4-year saga into account as well. So it provides evidence of the residential on-license interface. As I said, it focuses on Victoria Street, but the issues are similar. They would be wherever located near residences such as ours. The icon area was also is also represented in the log, especially the ones on Cranmer Square and between Salisbury and Peterborough Streets. So it's both of them. It stops within the CBD because everybody recognizes that that's quite different. Because our concern is Victoria Street, though, I want to emphasize 3 things about it. The first one is the triangle configuration of Victoria, Montreal, Salisbury, which you're probably aware of, but some people just keep forgetting that the front of a premise that is located on Victoria Street, the back is Montreal Street with no buffer in between, which is quite unusual. The residential neighborhood starts on Montreal Street, which is right across the street. That does not happen in very many other streets. And then all of the 1 block long streets that come off of Montreal. So none of them, I'm on Gracefield Avenue, and that's only a block and a bit away from Victoria Street, which lots of people don't realize. The second point is that because of that and the very first entries in the log that we presented to council staff and the previous community board, staff and councillors agreed that Victoria Street should not be included in the CBD for purposes of the for purposes of the LAT. That decision survived all the way through to the appeals process, which was a 4-year process, and it had support of police, the CPTED team, the Christchurch City Council legal staff, and the medical officer of health. There was absolutely no contention except for with the bars, the owners, 4 of them.
Marjorie, I just need to get you to.
Yep, that's my last point is that one of the early drafts of the LAP suggested 11 PM closing, same as in other residential zones. We put forward the compromise of 1 AM closing, which all those parties mentioned agree with, except for the bars. Therefore, there was the appeal and what happened after that. So we're asking for your support to keep on licenses on the agenda and to keep Victoria Street as a special case and not dump it in with the CBD. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, well said, and we will certainly do what we can to.
And I'm sure that you'll hear from us again. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike. And do we have Neville?
Waimaka Riri on the line.
Yeah, okay, we'll jump to that. And so we've got Waimakariri District Council. Welcome along.
Well, good morning to everyone there, and thank you very much for allowing us to present a submission. I'm just going to highlight some of the points that we've got, and then if you have any questions for me from there. So, Waimakariri is a fast-growing peri-urban district with a significant, highly productive agriculture sector in its rural portion. The estimated resident population of the district is approximately 68,000. Our council enjoys the working relationship we have with Christchurch City and appreciates the opportunity to present our submission on Cranford Street. Cranford Street is very important for all users of the corridor and the Cranford Street community. This includes the community surrounding or needing to negotiate across the corridor, as well as those commuting through the corridor for employment, education, or freight purposes. Waimakariri District Council acknowledges the challenge of accommodating these various issues of the corridor and the impacts on surrounding communities. Transport corridors such as Cranford Street are critical for ongoing economic prosperity and future development of Greater Christchurch. WDC has in recent years heavily invested in park and ride facilities for our district to support the use of public transport and direct public services which were introduced in early 21. We support the retention of the peak time lanes and would not like to see these gains lost by reverting to parking. WDC supports the provision of safe and efficient movements of our commuters to the city, whether they commute by bus, carpool, or private vehicle. WDC's first preference for the lanes is to be T2 managed lanes. However, we do note that for these lanes to be of value, this would require the T2 lanes to be operationalised. And our council has concerns that this has not been achieved to date for the lanes on the Northern Corridor. WDC did consider that the travel time values shared as part of this consultation process to be confusing, as they were average times based on current and short timeframes through to 2028, and did not clearly communicate the delays which are likely to be experienced on the corridor, particularly for public transport. Just wanted to reiterate around the park and ride that we have invested in, and certainly appears to be working extremely well. So I just wanted to reiterate that point, and Cranford Street is an absolute vital part of that public transport system in which we're creating. So thank you very much for hearing us, and any questions?
Thank you very much, Neville. I've got one quick question, and we'll come to you, Ali. So I understand your park and rides are nearing capacity at the moment. Plans for more?
Only capacity in one of them. The capacity of our is very good, and we've just extended the Kaiapoi Park and Ride, which had Joanne, you might know the numbers on this. I think it was 100 parks have now been extended to about 150, is it? About 150 parks for park and ride, all day park and ride.
Great, thank you. We appreciate the effort you've put into that. That's really great. Ali, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that the T2 is your preference, but it needs to be operationalised. Can you just explain what you mean by operationalised?
Well, there's no enforcement on that route at all because it's not legally operationalised to be able to enforce that people use that. Now we do understand that right at the moment that it's not fully utilised that because there's because the numbers are low. But in the future, if it is operationalised and can be enforcement on it so that people use it for the right purposes, then it will become a very valuable tool in stopping congestion further down.
Okay, we've got 5 seconds very quickly. Does the issue of the crossover at the top coming off the motorway concern you? It's been raised by engineers as a bit of a concern as far as safety goes, having to cross over into what would be the T2 lane. Does that concern you?
Look, I use it most days and I think people have got used to it, to be honest. Is there a safety concern there? Yes, there probably is. But you're talking about in commuter times, I think, that people that are using it every day, so they do get used to the fact that it's there and that they do have to cross over.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that contribution. Neville. Oh, Simon, did you?
No, sorry, I was waiting.
Quick one, Pauline. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for making a submission. So, there's a certain tension there between the Waimakariri Council's view and Environment Canterbury. So where do you sit with that? Because you're obviously supporting the express bus going through, which is actually relying on the bus lane working well. So why would your preference not be the bus lane?
Sorry, I missed the very last piece of that.
So why would you not be supporting the bus lane as your preference?
Congestion wise, I mean, you're going to slow down traffic. Your bus lanes you're going to have people that are waiting. I mean, T2 is the way, absolute way to go.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Neville.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right, we also have on Zoom John Falconer. Welcome, John. You there, John?
Seems to be.
Yeah. John, can you hear us?
Maybe he's just talking really
We
quiet.
can't hear you, John.
His video was on before. Maybe if you rejoin, John, the meeting, it might.
Yeah, we do have our next. So one of you maybe wants, if you could just, maybe jump out of the meeting and then come back in and we'll come back to you in about 5 minutes. We do have Margaret Stewart here.
Maybe one was arguments.
Run out.
Argument.
Here in person on Zoom. Welcome along, Margaret.
Come and sit up at the table.
Yes, come and sit at the end there and.
I won't finish my speech, but I can just talk my heart.
Okay.
This way.
That's good. You've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Away.
So, you ready? Right. So good morning all. I'm Margaret Stewart and I'm a resident of St Albans. Thank you for letting me speak today. So I'm here today to ask the community board to please make our Cranford Street bus lanes a permanent feature. They have been working well and bus use has been increasing. A colleague from work recently posted in our Spotlight on Sustainability group that there is only standing room on the number 27 bus these days and more buses need to be put onto the route. So I feel if we go backwards and take away the bus lanes, then we're just going to be reversing all the hard effort that's been put in over the last few years. Also, the residents of St Albans, including myself, a lot of us don't want to have a 4-lane motorway driving any further down Cranford Street. Currently, car drivers driving to and from the NCC don't actually follow the speed limits. They like to come down at 60, 80, 100 k's an hour. There's no policing going on there. There are no speed cameras. It's just going to get worse if you decide to take that all the way down to Berwick Street. And additionally, we do have a school, Westminster, on Westminster Street, and the school children need to cross the road. Currently, they don't have the speeding traffic quite so much. It's quite interesting once you get onto single lane carriageways with either the temporary bus lane or it's street parking during the rest of the hours. It's quite interesting. People actually slow their speed limits down once they get to that bit. So I don't see why we would want to endanger the lives of children and anyone using the pedestrian crossings at all. And that's another reason why I don't think we should be four-laning down to Berwick Street. And also with all the infill housing going on around Christchurch, there's actually nowhere on these sections for residents to park their car or for people visiting businesses, local businesses to park their cars. If you turn this into a clearway, then that's not going to be very helpful for everyone that lives locally. And talking by experience, when we were at Shirley Primary School, at that point we had people just minding the crossing. There was some 5-year-old got hit on the crossing by some woman who obviously couldn't see there was a child on the crossing. And they were like, no, it wasn't 5, he was about 11. So if he'd been a 5-year-old, that would have been a bit scary. So I'm just a bit concerned that we're putting the lives of people under the importance of people who are driving in from Waimakariri. They've chosen to actually live up there and commute back into Christchurch. If they're that keen on getting to work a bit quicker, maybe catch the bus because they can use the bus lanes, or maybe just move back into St Albans. We're losing loads of one house properties to like 6 or 7 on there. So why not just move into those? And then we don't have any congestion and then we can keep our bus lanes. We don't need to worry about people dying on the roads, do we? So win for everyone. And also, don't forget there is an election coming up at the end of this year. So it might be helpful to remember your residents who will love you if you decide to keep, well, I hope you keep the bus lanes going. So thank you for your time. And do you have any questions?
Yeah, we've got time for questions. Ellie.
Thank you. Hi, Margaret. You said that the bus lanes are working well. Can you explain that?
Well, for people using buses, so the buses get priority and they can move instantly down through the bus lanes when the bus lanes are open, meaning for people using the buses, the whole point of the bus lanes was to make it easier for people using the buses and to get the buses moving fast. So that's why I say it's working successfully, because the whole point was to make it faster, more convenient to go by bus. So the bus lanes enable you to go by bus.
So you're saying that the bus lanes are working well because people are using the buses, that it's not anything to do with the amount of traffic on the road? Wasn't the amount of traffic on the road hopefully to reduce by encouraging people to get onto buses?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll encourage people to get onto buses.
But that's not happening.
People are getting onto buses.
No, the congestion. Sorry, I'm just wondering. The congestion on the road hasn't got any better.
I think if you're going to drive your car into town and you don't actually live in St Albans, I think maybe you just have to sit in the congestion because you're not from St Albans. So the aim is that it's meant to be nice for the people living in the suburb itself, and having a 4-lane highway is not going to make it very nice. And we're busy having to, in fact, the residents, I don't know if we even use Cranford Street anymore. And so it was about making life easier for bus users, and it does. And the numbers are increasing because a survey was done, and the bus can put something out, didn't they, Emma, saying that bus use had improved. So it is getting more used. If we take away the opportunity for easier bus journeys, then people won't use the buses, and then you get an extra 40 cars on the road, and that will contribute to congestion. So I think for every 40 people we get on a bus, let's go to 40 cars on Cranford Street. So go the buses.
Thanks, Margaret.
That's fine, that's fine.
Great, thank you very much, Margaret. I appreciate you taking the time. Right, we'll jump back to John. Can you hear us, John?
Back to John. I think.
Yeah, that might be a good idea if you can. Thank you. Right, so.
Probably right.
Stephen was no longer coming. Sorry. Anne Scott is here though, so we'll jump to you, Anne.
He's just worried because there's only two here.
Welcome along.
Oh, thank you. What's looking stop?
Go ahead.
Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Scott Tukawingwa. So I'm here on behalf of Spokes Waitaha. Thanks for the opportunity for speaking today. I am speaking on behalf of cyclists who actually range widely in their ability and confidence and perception of safety. But we do have a lot in common with pedestrians, other active transport users and public transport users. 5 minutes is really short, so I'm going to focus on the main issue today, which is that this should be a bus lane. I'll leave the issues of for another day of some of the issues in the area, like the rat running in Trafalgar Street, but Spoke strongly supports the bus option. Next slide, please. So what we're looking for is we're looking for safety for everyone on Cranford Street. Cranford Street, in terms of cyclists, is best suited to confident cyclists who, for the most part, want a safe, direct and efficient way to get to their destination. I'd note that confident cyclists are a bigger group than the 1 to 2% who are fearless cyclists. And a Clearway only supports fearless cyclists, or I could call them young male, rather.
Careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful. I'll be careful.
There's a song.
There's a song, yes,
Young
there
and
is.
dumb and broke.
That's it.
Is that the song?
So the number of people, cyclists who are happy to use the bus lane is much larger than those who would choose to use a Clearway. I'll use a bus lane and I'll pull off the road when I hear a bus behind me. I will never bike on a Clearway. In terms of next slide, please. Oh, yes. We want everyone of all ages and abilities to have the opportunity to cycle, ranging from school children through to older people on e-bikes. This requires safe ways to cross busy roads like Cranford Street. This also benefits pedestrians, those in wheelchairs or other mobility devices, scooters, bus users getting to their bus stop. 4 lanes of traffic is daunting to cross, even with traffic lights. Pedestrians and cyclists on the footpath, there is a shared section here, move away from the traffic to get better separation. And that means they're much harder to see when residents are trying to leave their properties. And you can't pass it to me. The bus lane is the best opportunity and the best option because it serves all groups of the community, as the Clearway option only benefits vehicle travel. Harrison from Greater Otahi had a great slide which had re-looked at all of the submissions and showed very clearly that if you choose the bus lane option, that actually benefits all groups who use Cranford Street and the Cranford Street area. Whereas if you looked at the total number of people who had submitted, the option of a clear lane was only really wanted by those who were in vehicles. Research has actually shown time and time again that adding extra lanes improves travel line for only a short period. 2 to 3 years you get the most benefit, and then it just goes back to where you were before. And we're facing continued growth of population in Waimakariri and Northwest Christchurch. The only way to reduce congestion long term is to make transport more attractive, including public and active transport. This also has many co-benefits of reducing air pollution and CO2 and leads to better health outcomes. It's pleasing to see that the use of public transport on this route is increasing, and that is due partly to the bus lanes, making that journey faster and easier. And it means that we don't bring as much traffic through. However, and I'd just like to show you this. You can't actually see very well because of the timer, but in terms of the Clearway, there is very little space allowed for the extra for cyclists. So there is an extra 1 metre on that inward lane, and that really is dangerous. And also on other parts of Cranford Street, there is a 1.2 metre cycle lane on near Westminster Road, including the gutter, when it should actually be legally 1.6, and we prefer 1.8. So answering Ali Jones's question about does a clearway improve transport for Cranford Street? And the answer is it only improves it short term, and it only improves a little section of Cranford Street. Where is that traffic going to go when it gets past Berwick Street? It's going to start rat running into the local neighbourhoods because it'll actually be completely blocked. And it'll be blocked further back as well up the street. So if you vote for the Clearway, you're voting for a kind of hostile environment that you see on Curlitz Road. But at least on Curlitz Road, traffic has somewhere to go. And also one other point is that the Clearway will impede emergency vehicles because they'll also be stuck in the traffic, just like everybody else. Just on another topic, Spoke does support the improvements in English Park pedestrian crossing, including the high friction coloured surfaces and the improvements to various intersections. I think staff have done the best they can. Please, please vote for the bus lane for the best outcome for everyone.
Thank you, Anne. It's a very clear presentation. Appreciate your time. Thank you. John, are you able to hear us now? You let us know if you can hear us.
Sorry, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes, all good now. Go ahead, John.
Oh, thank goodness. Sorry, I've had a few technical issues. Yeah, not used to Zoom. More of a user of Teams.
All good. Well, you're with us now, so fire away.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so my name is John Faulkner. I'm a semi-regular user of the Cranford Street corridor, using my car to ferry kids around to various activities. My main interest in this project, however, is in my capacity as a transport planner and chartered professional engineer. I first got involved with the Northern Corridor in the early 2000s. Back then it was called NROS, or Northern Roading Option Scoping Study, and I was a transport planner for Christchurch City Council. I have continued to have periodic involvement since then, including the original modelling for the Cranford Street options. I think it was around about 2016 or so, and more latterly the DEMP Stage 2 in 2022. For those last two projects, I was engaged by Christchurch City Council, but in a consultant capacity with my firm QTP, which I started in 2009 with two partners. So from my experience in assessing this corridor, it is apparent to me that the current configuration with the bus lanes is fully intersection constrained. So the mid-block link configuration has negligible influence on private vehicle capacity and travel times. In other words, theoretically, there should be very little difference between total travel time and congestion for all three options, notwithstanding the queue jumping afforded by the HOVs and bus lanes for option 1 and 2. I was therefore surprised when I saw the consultation material and it stated that traffic modelling shows that all vehicles would travel faster as congestion is reduced relative to option 1 bus lane. Based on what I mentioned earlier, this didn't make much sense to me. So after doing some digging in the technical reports that were provided on the consultation page, it became apparent that the provided model outputs, which are the basis of the tabulated values of travel time, reported for option 1 are not consistent with those used for option 2 and 3. This is based on a comment on the main technical report where the travel time numbers are reported. Underneath that table with the travel time numbers, it states, of importance, the reference bus lane scenario does not include the proposed intersection improvements at the Cranford Street Innes Road intersection. So I interpreted this as being that the main focus of the modelling assessment was actually on options 2 and 3. And also I note that it was also done in conjunction with other work the NZTA were doing, looking at the northern part of the section corridor north of Innes Road. And really the existing bus lane option was included as a reference benchmark to see how overall performance compared to the status quo, rather than intending to be an actual comparable option with all the other proposed improvements. So the consequence of this is that the noted reduction in travel time and congestion are primarily related to the intersection and the other improvements that are going alongside with the various lane configurations mid-block. And so these included in both the T2 and the clearway options, but have not been included in the bus lane option, which has effectively just been carried. The results are just the reference bus lane scenario. So therefore, it's not really an apples of apples comparison as far as the bus lane option is concerned. So I'm pretty confident that the bus lane option could be made to perform just as well as the other two options if the same intersection and merge improvements were included, along with perhaps a bit more tweaking to get better lane utilisation intersections, approaches and merges. I expect that many people would have seen the consultation material and preferred the clearway and T2 options due to the implied congestion relief, but they may not have necessarily selected these options if they'd known that the bus lane could potentially perform to a very similar level to the other two in terms of travel time and congestion. It does beg the question, though, if we've established there's not much travel time between any of the three options and all three options perform better than existing with the intersection and other upgrades that are proposed anyway, does it really matter which one is selected? For me, it comes down to, I guess, mixed messages associated with the preferred clearway option. On the one hand, councillors saying we're very concerned about congestion increasing within this corridor because it might affect the local roads, part of a downstream improvement stuff. But on the other hand, they're saying we intend to manage this by encouraging driving to the fullest extent possible and downgrading the bus infrastructure. I find it quite difficult to reconcile those two things as a transport planner, and also noting that being involved in the MRT project for Christchurch, where we looked at bringing in PT from Waimakere district, it didn't stack up for MRT, so we're going to rely on that northern corridor for public transport for quite a long time as well. So so to me, it's quite important that we retain that. The final point I'd like to make is that the assessment only seems to have been done in the southbound direction, not the northbound direction, which I know is critical in the PM peak. So we're in this road as the bottleneck for northbound in the PM peak, and the bus lane definitely has much more tangible benefit here than it does in the morning peak southbound direction. So I recommend that kind of maybe further consideration is given to maintaining the northbound bus lane, regardless of what option is selected for the southbound. And that's it really. That's my feedback, and I hope you find it useful.
Great, thank you very much, John. We've just got time for one quick question from Simon.
Thank you, John. Just a quick one. We have advice in the agenda report that changing from the bus lane to the clearway effectively doubles peak hour capacity on Cranford Street. Just wondering if you have any thoughts or any response or comment to that in light of what you mentioned around intersection constraints?
Because you can't get anything more through the intersection unless you'd only double the capacity if you could put an additional through lane at the intersection, and that's not proposed. So so you're not increasing any capacity at all, unless you do. The only way you can do it is through increasing the intersection capacity at the same time. So you're not even utilising the full capacity with a single lane at the moment. So adding in another lane won't help at all. So it's the intersection that's holding everything up. With an extra lane, say if you had two lanes for traffic, you would half the distance that vehicles stack back, but they would take twice as long to move up the queue. So it's while you might have a bit of an illusion that it looks like there might be less congestion, the overall travel times should not change unless the intersection capacity is increased.
Same thing as part two.
Great, thank you very much, John. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Right, we'll now go to Snowburn's Residents Association. We've got Mark and Francine here.
Yeah.
Also speak.
After you speak.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay, yep, all good to go, right. So thank you very much for allowing us to speak today. So Francine and myself are here representing the St Albans Residents Association, and we'd like to expand a little upon our written SARA submission for the options of Cranford Street consultation. So since last century, council has been trying to solve the problem of heavy commuter traffic through North Christchurch. Francine here has been confronted by this issue for 45 years, from when there was a plan for a new motorway ploughing its way through our suburb, demolishing houses and streets as it went. In the Northern Roading Options Scoping Study of 2002, that was commissioned by Transit New Zealand and Christchurch City Council, the NROS network efficiency seemed to be demonstrated solely by high road user benefits that were expected. Road users were the drivers of vehicles. It was stated that it would be necessary to provide an extension of the Northern Arterial to Cranford Street and to upgrade the capacity of Cranford Street. It was recommended that both projects should be included in the improvement strategy, and that the alignment of the extension and the details of the Cranford Street capacity increase should be determined as soon as possible. So that was 2002. We are here now, 22 years later, still tinkering around the edges of a problem that has become a massive one for Christchurch, New Zealand, and also the world. SARA would like to think that priorities have changed since then. A clearway is such a short-sighted option, and in these days, an absolutely irresponsible solution. It is irresponsible to council's view that climate change is a strategic priority. It doesn't gel well with our declaration of climate emergency. It is irresponsible to the role of keeping our local community safe. I would also put to you that it is irresponsible to commuters. It doesn't provide them with alternatives to enable them to change their ways. There is no incentive for them, and there are no other attractive as well as future-focused choices. But change their ways is what they are going to have to do. Instead of asking people what they want for the here and now, you have to offer them much better choices and encourage them to look to the future. Instead of offering them more room for cars, offer them more and better public transport. We all thought this was the direction we were moving towards slowly with the hard-fought and widely supported bus lane on Cranford Street. Here's another reason why a clearway is a bad option. Don't place such faith in the so-called findings of certain traffic engineers. You've got to wonder where they have looked. And don't welcome their theory that a clearway will reduce congestion. Anywhere you look, you can see the evidence of induced demand. If you continue to create more lanes to make traffic happy, very soon more traffic will come and fill it up. Francine and I have been present at a number of community board meetings here and in town, where this premise of you can't build your way out of congestion was reiterated by independent traffic engineers prior to and during the debate around the bus lane and the projected increase in traffic volumes from the Northern Arterial extension. The honest truth is we don't know why we are having to deal with this issue yet again, and at such a petty level. You're never going to solve this with another lane of traffic. SARA, alongside the community, have asked for improved safety for our whānau and tamariki and feel ignored. We've been brushed off with comments like stopping traffic for longer is uneconomic and Another one is we'll wait and see how the traffic behaves. But in the end, you're never going to increase safety by confronting pedestrians and cyclists and local residents with 2 lanes of potential red light runners instead of 1, no matter how much you fiddle with the road surfaces and furniture. Making a clearway on a little stretch of Cranford Street is not going to go anywhere near solving the problem. And for what? A 1 or 2 minute reduction in commuting time gained initially? Investment and support for public transport is required in this area. Considering the increased population density of recent years within St Albans and the surrounding areas, and considerably larger population projected with various residential developments proposed for the north. Expansion of the Cranford Street bus lane and service is what should be considered, not removal. Bus lane should stay and eventually extend, and the intersections should prioritise the safety of pedestrians and cyclists, all road users actually. 20 plus years ago, there was scant consideration of the social and environmental effects of roading plans. We're imploring you not to go back to that. And we'll leave it at that.
Any quick questions? No, I think you've made your views very clear in your submission today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sit back and enjoy the show.
Take a lolly.
Oh, yeah.
Take a few.
Green ones are fine, take some of them.
We are running a bit ahead of time, but Hillary, can I come and do yours now since you're here? Well,
Good everybody. Hello, my name is Hillary Nicholas, and I have lived in the Redwood area for 20 years. I've been a regular user of Cranford Street for most of this time, travelling from home to work in the central city and back again by car. My employment for the past 22 years has been in the medical, secretarial and administrative field, and I've worked with private surgeons based in Maryvale and the central city and in the public health system based at Christchurch Hospital for years, where I still am. I'm also mum to a wonderful, now 21-year-old young man with autism, and he is the reason why I'm here today advocating for a PCAR clearway on Cranford Street. You see, when the Northern Christchurch North Corridor, have I got it called right? I'm not sure, was created, I was pleased to see that the bulk of North Canterbury commuter traffic would be directed away from Main North Road through Belfast and Redwood, making it easier for me to drop my son off at school, Papanui High School at the time, and then for me to get on to work. Sometimes the congestion on Main North Road was so bad that even if we left early, we'd end up late to school, and my son really struggled to cope with this. You have to understand he is not capable of getting himself to school or work independently, and asking him to catch a bus is like asking him to fly to the moon, let alone getting on a bicycle. Which brings me to the topic of Cranford Street and the options for its use. When the North Christchurch motorway was completed, I was very disappointed to find out that our City Council had decided to opt for a bus lane on Cranford Street between Innes Road and Berwick Street. I'm incredulous that after all the amazing work done on the motorway, the traffic travelling on a 2-lane road getting south would need to merge into a single lane at Innes Road, causing quite a bottleneck. To make way for a bus service that only operates and that stretch of road every 30 minutes. The particular bus service that operates on this stretch of Cranford Street is not exactly a direct commuter bus service either. I've travelled on it myself, and it took me more than 30 minutes to get from Northwood to the central city, as it took a tiki tour all around Harewood. Seriously, have you seen the route it takes? By car, I can get into the central city in 15 minutes on average from my home in Redwood. Also of note, the new road design at Berwick Street turning north onto Cranford Street has an extra lane
but requires the two to merge into a single lane right by English Park, again causing major congestion compounded by a pedestrian crossing controlled by traffic lights. I work part-time and I choose to start work early each day and subsequently finish early in order to avoid traffic congestion, specifically the school traffic. In the mornings, I never travel south on Cranford Street because of the congestion from the motorway and the bottleneck at Innes Road. In the afternoons, if I get away from work on time, I use Cranford Street heading north, but often there's still a bottleneck at English Park with the 2 lanes of traffic from Berwick Street entering Cranford. I'm pleased that the City Council is reviewing the options for Cranford Street between Innes Road and Berwick, and I'm glad I can put my views forward. I therefore stand strongly with the option of operating a peak hour clearway. No, this is just peak hour on this stretch of road. Now, I do not support any other option. It's the most sensible option to have 2 lanes running south in the mornings, all the way from the end of the motorway to Berwick Street, where 1 lane can veer off, and it's only between 7 and 9, and it makes sense to operate 2 lanes from that Berwick Street intersection in the afternoons heading north through to Innes Road, 4 till 6. But the parking spots outside the shops on the corner of Westminster Street must be monitored as people are not adhering to the current clearway rules in place, yes, even yesterday. I also believe that our City Council has invested enough funds into cycle lanes in recent years. There is a major cycle lane on Rutland Street, not far from Cranford Street, which is safer for cyclists to use than Cranford. And I believe most people use that anyway. At the end of the day, I wish to convey that not everyone is capable of catching buses or riding bikes, and many of us rely on our private vehicles for mobility. I have a dependent son who enjoys going out and about in the car, and I will never give this up. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Jake.
Thank you. Just thinking the theme of this morning's discussion has been induced demand and, you know, how long we would get those, how long that congestion would be eased for.
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Are you worried that those gains may only be temporary?
Yeah, I guess so. I hadn't really thought about that. I'm sort of thinking of in my situation as a current user, and I'm advocating for private motor vehicles. And yeah, and like I say, not everybody can.
Certainly not everyone can take the bus. So I mean, and everyone is better off if congestion is eased. It's just a question of how we do that and how long it lasts.
Yeah, and that's why I believe, you know, just the peak hour, it's not a permanent thing. It's not all day, and you know the residents are still able to park on, you know, outside of those peak hours. So yeah, I guess, you know, I mean, in the bigger picture, I don't believe that we should be. I'm going to be.
No, be honest. Yeah. We don't get to talk to members of the public that much.
Okay. I actually don't believe that. You're all going to call me an idiot. There is no climate crisis.
No, you're
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have done a lot of reading, a lot of research on that as well. So it's so yeah, I don't believe that we should be made to give up our cars either.
No, sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary. Appreciate you coming along and sharing your opinion. Right, we'll move now to Gareth Jones.
Never done one of these, so please bear with me while I fumble my way through things.
All good.
I'm not in favour of the clearway. As a resident of Cranford Street, I think it really does create more problems than solutions. I guess I'd just like to start by asking if any of the board members or any of the committee that are assisting with finding a solution to this challenge, does anybody live in Cranford Street?
Just around the corner, very close around the corner, sort of thing. On the dress.
But no one in Cranford Street, no?
No, but I have regular contact with several
people who live on Cranford Street, yes.
Okay. All right. So I guess just moving on then, just understanding what evaluation criteria we're using as a basis for this decision, really. My view is if it's numbers of respondents, then the criteria is potentially flawed. And we are potentially disregarding the rights of Christchurch ratepayers at the expense of people from outside of the city. The very people you're entrusted to serve. So I think just important that we think about that for a minute, that we maintain a really strong focus on representing us ratepayers, local ratepayers. So have we seriously considered the daily impact on Cranford Street residents and surrounds? I know there's a lot of discussion and there's been a good forum for this. But for the potential benefit of the people who don't live in Cranford Street and are unfamiliar with what it is like to live there on a daily basis, here are some examples of what I believe is Clearway and how it will affect us on a daily basis. So we live at number 194. And after the road upgrades were completed, we had to install a sliding gate at the boundary to our property. And that was really just to block out the noise and give us a bit of privacy. So we did that at cost to ourselves, obviously. And so this is relevant because our gate sits on the boundary, which is within a 2-meter proximity to the curb. So this means that any vehicle entering our property or exiting the property will have to stop and obstruct traffic while the gate is open. I own a ute, and the ute sits in the current bus lane in order for us to get into the property and open our gate. So basically what I'm saying is entering our driveway will be virtually impossible without holding up traffic under a Clearway proposal. As you can appreciate, this is incredibly dangerous. Exiting our property will be even worse, as we generally have to back out of our drive with very little peripheral vision into oncoming traffic. Just think about that for a minute. This isn't already a dangerous activity, but it's currently made possible by the fact that we can reverse into the bus lane and then merge into the vehicle lane. And we've already had a few close calls with some buses. Not fun. For those of you who don't have to run this gauntlet daily, I can say that people in Russia are generally a little selfish. They're all a bit tense on their way to work. You know how it is. And don't generally let you in. So this is quite a forced and often frustrating activity for us as we enter the traffic just to get to our place of work in the mornings. But we can deal with the situation. It's slightly dangerous, but it works. The Clearway is going to make this very difficult, not just for us, but for a lot of the other residents who have similar circumstances and entering and exiting the properties on a daily basis. I own a small construction business and often tow a trailer. Pretty difficult backing a trailer into a drive with 2 lanes of traffic there, isn't it? It's difficult with one. Another danger. Just like you, occasionally have visitors and deliveries to our property. How and where do delivery drivers safely stop for these simple activities? How will that work on a practical basis? My daughter cycles to school, which worries us every day due to the amount of traffic in Cranford Street as it is now. Will she now have to cycle on the footpath with vehicles flying past her as she attempts to get to the safety of a cycle path? on a positive note, I'd really like to acknowledge the steps that have been taken by council in constructing the cycle paths that are around the area. It's a really great, that's a great add-on for us as residents. What about the noise and carbon monoxide impacts spewing out daily onto our boundaries, which is going to double under the proposed plan? So I understand that this clearway will speed up traffic flow to a certain extent for a section of the roadway, but this isn't really going to solve the problem, is it? I'm no traffic engineer, but it's quite clear to me that the roadway will have to merge into a single lane further southbound. So the issue of backed up traffic is only going to move from where it is now to a different stretch of the road. So in my view, we are just shifting the problem, not solving it. Have we sufficiently explored the alternatives? Instead of trying to extend a motorway through this residential area, why are we not utilising and upgrading other existing roading infrastructure to spread out traffic volumes? Would that not be a better solution for everybody?
Sorry, Gareth, you have gone over time, so I'll just get you to wind up now.
I've got 3 points still to make. The clearway will only increase congestion, and we can definitely expect there will be more single occupancy vehicles sitting stationary in 2 lanes instead of 1. This is a massive backward step in our efforts to meet sustainability targets. No one wants to live on a motorway. This section of our neighbourhood was never designed for the amount of traffic you are trying to accommodate. And this is only going to create a horrible daily living experience for St Albans residents. And if we're honest, is really just a band-aid approach for commuters. To sum up, this clearway creates far more problems than solutions, and it is only a question of time before a serious accident occurs. We trust that you'll fully consider the real impacts of this decision and do what's right.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Get you come along. Get Brad round. You come up.
Good morning. I think it's pretty clear that one of the 3 options will be chosen by council, and whatever that is, it's going to still have a massive impact, continuing as Gareth has alluded to, and safety in the community. But I really came along today just to put a voice to the general concerns of the pedestrian community and the people that live in the area. We're on Westminster Street with 2 young children at Aotearoa Primary School, and we really can't use that road at all for cycling or driving in between the hours of sort of 7 and 9 o'clock when school starts, and then congestion. We can't back out of our house after 7 o'clock in the morning. I actually have to go out often and help my wife by physically stopping traffic so she can reverse out of a driveway to get, because the traffic back down Westminster Street is so heavy with the traffic communication signals at that intersection. We can't get access to the road to get out of the house. Our kids want to bike to school. We don't let them bike to school because it's just so unsafe, and they are so young that they don't have the self-awareness to be aware of all of the traffic on the road, with cars veering into the cycle lane and running lights and driving dangerously through that intersection. So we've had to train them now, even at the green crossing, with a traffic signal that they have to wait for the green man, and then wait a little bit longer because of the amount of that run through that intersection, and even drive over the curb on those intersections. So yeah, I guess that was what I was wanting to table, as to everyone here to consider how we make that intersection more safe, and the general safety of the residents of the community, because the school is terrified. The parking situation around the school is absolutely non-existent. The drop-off zones are filled up with trade vehicles and people in the buildings on Crampton Street who have offices there. So I'm always calling the parking enforcement team, asking them to please come out and get cars to be moved so that the school, even there's only 2 drop-off car park spots on Westminster Street. We don't have access to use place either. So I'm not really sure what the solution is, but barriers at the intersection bollards that are implanted into the road to stop cars from veering into the cycle lanes as they turn the corner, and something to do with the traffic intersection would be helpful. There is only a left turning lane and a right turning lane. The left turning lane being a straight lane as well, turning off Westminster onto Cranford. And because traffic signals are activated, kids are crossing, you get 1 or 2 cars through before that light goes orange. And then it's just a mad rush to get cars through that yellow light already like you can. When kids knocked off bikes or scooters, hit. That's absolutely terrible. Ellie knows we've had plenty of conversations, sorry, Pauline, about this in the past, and thank you for your support there. But that's really why I'm here today, just to ask you to consider the safety of that intersection for children and people who are using the road that aren't cars or bikes or buses. Yeah.
Thank you, Brad, for bringing that perspective. Ellie, you've got a question?
Yeah, just a couple of quick ones. Drop-offs, what about Shepherd Place?
Shepherd Place, I mean, the issue with getting to Shepherd Place is that we live on the western side, the eastern side of Cranford Street, so we just walk across Cranford.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty congested getting through there.
Sorry, I meant drop-offs. I thought you were talking about vehicle drop-offs.
So children being dropped off at school, is that what your question is? Yeah. So that is heavily used, and it's quite a busy cul-de-sac. So the school does monitor that. They've usually got the DP, the principal out there trying to manage traffic.
But it is another option.
It is an option, absolutely. But we obviously want to bike or walk because we're so close. It's much faster, in fact, and it doesn't make any sense to go around 2 blocks to come back and then go.
Sure, we find that in the cars not being able to turn right onto Westminster and into here as well. But look, I do take your point. What about pedestrian walkovers and other safer ways that have not been discussed, socialised, explored and so forth?
We would be absolutely thrilled as a community to have any option that creates more safety for our children.
So taking kids off the roads essentially.
Yeah. So, there's a traffic light that was set up just down past English Park.
Yes.
But the cars just go straight through that traffic light. That was one of the other things that was implemented to try and make that intersection safer. Hasn't really worked out. It's a bit confusing for drivers, I think, as you get down towards Warrington and Berwick. They just buzz on the prize to get down that bend and they just go straight through. So, there's lots of different access points to their school, and some on major roads and some of them aren't, which is tricky. And English Park can't be policed by the school car parking, I believe, because it doesn't.
So removing pedestrians and cyclists actually off that, into a walk over type situation could be a very safe option.
Yeah, I mean, Pauline's been to the intersection a couple of times and watched the driver behaviour.
I live just around the corner. I see it every day. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions for Brad? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And David. Yeah, great.
Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Firstly, thanks for all your hard work. I've read most of the submissions, so I've shared a little bit of your pain with the sheer volume of them. It is nice to see there's so many people coming out and representing the community, so that's been really good. I live in Redwood, so Cranford Street's my most direct route to my sister's house in Phillipstown, so when I'm using it, I'm driving on it, and I'm here to tell you to please stick with the bus lane. My submission was pretty short because I thought it was going to be an obvious one. And then I've read all these submissions and seen there's actually a fairly good amount of support for the clearway. And I was kind of thinking, well, why is this? Am I misunderstanding something about clearways? So I thought rather than looking at the modelling, which it can be difficult to interpret, I figured what I'd do is go and look at an actual clearway that's actually been recently instituted in Christchurch, which is Curlitz Road. I don't know if anyone here has been to Curlitz Road recently. So Curlitz Road, that was made into a clearway by NZTA in 2015, I think. Their intention there was to resolve congestion, which had been building up post-earthquake. And I mean, at this stage, it's just a 4-lane highway. I've been to it several times recently, sort of doing research for this submission. It doesn't matter what time of day you go there. You can go there on a Saturday morning. You can go there on a weekday morning off peak. All 4 lanes are full of cars all the time. It's just a highway. I've never seen a car parked on Curlitz Road. And I think that's basically the situation we're going to end up with if you choose to institute the same thing on Cranford Street. Similarities between those 2 roads are actually really similar. They're kind of both attached to a kind of motorway project generally. They were a residential road that in the case of Curlitz Road has been made into a highway. So, I mean, when we look at the approach that the NZTA took in solving it in that case, did it work? The answer is no. It's made it actually much worse. So it's absolutely certain. I think that the same thing is going to happen on Cranford Street if you choose to implement a clearway there. if you're driving on Curlers Road, it feels claustrophobic, feels hemmed in. There's a lot of traffic, there's people cutting you off. It's a hostile place to be in a car, and it's a really hostile place to be on foot or on bike. It's a really unpleasant place to be. And I can't imagine how hostile it feels if you're a resident who wants to let your kids play out in the front garden. If I was living on that road, I certainly wouldn't be letting my kids out the front door without supervision. So we should be learning from the mistakes of history, I think. We should be looking at the mistakes that have been made in traffic planning in the city. We shouldn't be taking the NZTA approach by default. And so I really strongly recommend that you choose the bus lane. It's the best option because it takes a more holistic approach to network design. It encourages mode shift away from the private car. We've heard some people commenting about, they don't want to have their car taken away from them. The reality is every person on a bus or on a bike or on foot is a car off the road, and that actually improves the experience of road users, car users like myself, to have a better time, less congestion, less queuing, that kind of thing. So the bus lane is the best option. Yeah, please choose it.
Great, very clear, David. Thank you. Any questions? Right, you really summed it up nicely. We are running ahead of time, but Clarice, did you want to jump ahead and go now?
But if you want me to jump in now, I will.
No, you do what you want.
But we can either have a break and then have you, Clary, or we can have you now. Okay, there you go.
I was quite pleased when I saw I was last.
Oh no, we do have more after you.
Why, do you think we're saving the best for last?
Yes, but it means I'll be rubbish the week before.
He will only listen to.
First of all, I should. I'm a resident of Stone's Throw of Berwick and Cranford, and I've had nothing at all to do with any of the Cranford Street projects. So completely independent. I have a driver's license. So
Conflict.
one word, hold the word mitigation. Right? Because why are you here today? Downstream effects managed plan, the resource there should be mitigation, and the agenda item says Cranford Street improvements. Right? So for 2.5 years, we've had a bus lane trial. The bus lane is not an improvement. It increases congestion, it has a negative impact, and that's despite the fact that they've had $2 fares. If you can't get people on buses for $2, when are you ever going to get them on? And one of the reasons for that would be, if I want to get a bus, I'm going to have to turn up 1 or 2 minutes early, right? Walk to my bus or drive my car to the bus stop. But I certainly can't bank on being there at 12:59 or whatever. So there's a couple of minutes of my time there, and the same on the return trip. Now the bus lane, all of the modelling and all of the narratives say that the improvement involved in the bus lane is measured in seconds, not minutes. So in the context of me standing at a bus stop, what's some seconds in the overall trip? There's no benefit. So why have a bus lane? But the trouble is this whole thing has become about a bus lane. It got turned into a bus lane last time. It's supposed to be about mitigating the downstream impacts. It's not about all those people that live up north. If you read my submission, you would have seen the pun that was in there. How many people actually noticed it? When I talked about the motorway, I said that bus has gone. So we can't do anything about it. But I just thought I'd test you to see whether you'd read it or not. This is about the local people, the ones that vote for you, not the people from up north, and not the ones from way over west or way over east, although unfortunately they have to cross Cranford Street at times. It's about the impact of local people and reducing the impact on me. Right? I can't get out. I live in Oxley Avenue. I can't get out of there. I have to go left and then run through Trafalgar Street or other secret little spots where to get myself over near Northlands. No? At night, Berwick and Cranford are so congested that even if I go around the block and go out onto Forfar Street and then come up through Berwick, that goes nowhere either because the people going north block it. It's about congestion. And the reason there's congestion is that there's nowhere for the traffic to go. And if you have a clear way, at least you're managing to pour the water down 2 spouts instead of 1. So this is, to me, this is all about me, right? We're not here today to consider buses. Buses shouldn't be on the table. Buses weren't part of the resource concerns. The resource concerns were about mitigating the downstream impact. So when you vote today, look me in the eye, give me that much, and I'll sit down there and pretend I'm holding up a big sign that says mitigate. Right? Because if you vote for a bus lane, you're not mitigating the downstream impact. That's not to say that bus lanes don't have their place, that bus lanes shouldn't exist, that we shouldn't try and get people out of cars. But in this instance, you're here today to mitigate the downstream impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Clary. Pauline.
Thank you. Thanks, Clary. Nice to see you. Do you agree that Cranford Street is a very confined corridor for a motorway to feed into?
Oh, definitely. And people have talked today about 4-lane motorway, but worst case, it's actually 3 lanes. There's a whole lot of misinformation being put on the table.
So when you say that bus lanes and buses have nothing to do with this, the rationale surely for buses is to actually offer a choice so people do not have to bring their car in, therefore easing that pressure on that confined corridor.
We've had that luxury of a 2.5-year trial, and that 2.5-year trial has only resulted in increased congestion, and the evidence doesn't seem to support that people are using the bus and leaving their car behind.
But I think the evidence does support that. Environment Canterbury have noticed a huge uplift. Waimakariri Council have extended their park and ride, and ECAN are looking at putting on extra buses and I've seen them full, the express bus going in and out. So, I mean, the question is for you, as we know, most of those people in the bus would be in a car if that bus wasn't offering the service. Therefore, surely you can see that there is a place for buses here?
No, not in terms of, I drove in here before 9 this morning because I thought parking might be a hassle, and sure enough it was. A bus went heading south before 9 o'clock with 3 people on it.
But a lot of them
in the bus lane.
A lot of them are full. Anyway, thank you.
Right, any further questions for Clary? No? Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to come along, Clary.
Thanks. Thank you.
Right, so we will take a short break now. What's the time? We'll go 20 minutes.
So do we have to go and move our cars?
Yeah, so 11:50 we'll start back.
This is ridiculous.
So yeah, wings to wheels, if we defer it, would have it. I can do either.
Right, so I get some quiet and underway, so meaning obviously. Yep. Okay, so next on the list, we've got a public forum from councillor Tyler Harrison Hunt, so you want to welcome along, Tyler. Good to see you down neck of the woods.
Yeah, good to be here.
Welcome. Speak nicely. I just want to tell you that.
Kia ora tātou. It's a really quick one here, actually. It's in relation to the multicultural and youth portfolios that I'm in charge of. In 2022, just a bit of a background, in 2022, the Multicultural Committee and the Youth Te Paipakari Committee were disestablished and then created two portfolios. It's been a bit of a work in progress because it's a new thing for this council, but finally we've got some wheels under us. And what that means is the portfolio leads sort of get their own delegation and how they're going to engage within those portfolios. And for my one, I'm going on a board tour. I just wanted to talk to the board in relation to this upcoming annual plan. And what we're seeing at the moment is around 9.8% increase in rates, which means we're going to be very limited in what we can do in terms of new projects. So what I'm asking the board to do, in line with their board priorities within your written and oral submissions, is to add a multicultural and youth priority. Of those, we'll be able to work with the councillors that are at this table to push forward those priorities within all up around 12 across Christchurch. So 6 multicultural, 6 for youth, and then Bob's your uncle, really. So that will sit outside of your normal priorities. I do understand that this board themselves have done a significant amount in terms of youth and multicultural priorities, of which I'm very, very proud of, and I'm very happy to be here in that regard. So I will be sending out an email in due time to just elaborate and clarify exactly what it is that I'm looking for, but hopefully there are projects with little to no increase in rates, which will make it easier to get across the table and get some small wins on the board in regards to those portfolios, because what we're noticing in local government, the small ones are the ones that make it easier to get things across the line, which then turn into a bigger one. Drops in the bucket, pretty much. I'm going to leave it up to you all to have a kōrero, have a bit of a yarn, and see how we get on with those priorities to be able to chuck them on the table into a larger ballot. What that means, I'll be able to put them into a portfolio recommendation based on amendments. So there'll be 12 amendments if they're needed. If you're able to do them internally, that'll be even better, because you get them done. Staff will make sure that it's pushed through properly. And that's me.
Great. Sounds fantastic.
It's a record.
Any questions for Tyler? I will certainly get onto that and see what we can.
Sure. Bit of a background. The other boards actually asked some questions. The Banks Peninsula one, we're talking about what is exactly that you're after, because the little to no increase in rates is a very difficult thing to try and navigate. So the first one that they talked about was actually the disestablishment or lack of engagement around the Littleton Community Centre. Youth felt a little bit out of place because there was some dropping in funding for certain community groups. So if there are community groups that you really like, that'd be really cool to see who they may be. I've personally had some unsolicited proposals from community groups and organisations in terms of unused land or land that's surplus to be able to provide community outcomes. And there's multiple other things. I don't want to put some words in your heads. So I'm just trying to give you some context to see what we can do a bit more with some more agility, actually. Yeah, whatever.
Thanks very much, Tyler.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Brian Perry, we'll go to St Albans School now. So Andrea. Yeah. Welcome along.
Kia ora.
So you've been here before, you know how it works.
Did you get my slide? That's okay, I brought my own.
Good on you.
Just, you might have to share, that's all. Is it okay that I walk around the table? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Certainly not. Sit down.
Thank
you.
Probably sit like get at the table. Anyone else need just to look at? Yes, you can have one.
Very good.
Ko Andrea Tokurinua, he tunua ki au te piro o Hapatani, Andrea Hannah, principal at St Albans. You can see on my piece of paper, I've got two questions. What's the cost of a child's life? Can you wait 10 seconds for an all-red crossing? I'm here today deeply concerned as the principal of a school where 300 of our students and their whānau, so you can double, triple that number, half of our kura use active transport and access our Westminster Gate. They walk, bike, scooter, trusting it's safe. Yet every day we see rising numbers of near misses, 3 in a single day at the Cranford intersection, which I was one of, just a reminder. Council's had every opportunity to signal changes that would make this. The Stantec report recommends changes that our kura fully supports. Instead, the council disregarded every one of these recommendations, prioritising traffic flow over the safety of our children and leaving this report and the recommendations out of the consultation. On my piece of paper there, Herbert William Heinrich's accident triangle teaches us that enough near misses will eventually lead to a fatality. We can't afford to wait for that tragedy. We need action now, not anti-skid paint, but meaningful protective changes. I do the job I do to make a difference, and I suspect most of you do as well. Safe streets, safe children. Let's work together to make Cranford a safe path to our local kura, not a hazardous obstacle course. So again, what's the cost of a child's life? And would you be willing to wait 10 seconds longer for an all-red crossing? I hand over to Gemma.
No, this is your turn.
Okay, kia ora. Ko Gemma Tukuingoa. So I'm a Board of Trustees member at St Albans School. And I just want to take you back to those reports that were prepared by Stantec. So in 2018, the Christchurch Northern Corridor Downstream Effect Management Plan by Stantec, on page 9, it stated that at Westminster Street, the potential for a crash will increase if no safety improvements are made. And there should be an interim measure to reduce speed. And then we go to May 2024, where the Cranford Street, Westminster Street Signal Safety Review, also prepared by Stantec, make the following recommendations for this intersection. They recommend to install a red light detection facility, install a raised platform on the intersection approaches, install new signage to improve utilisation of southbound lanes, investigate alternatives to signal controls, to A, display red arrow to support right turn ban, and B, potential addition of right turn phase, and C, enable all red barns dance during school peak periods. None of these actions have been taken. No implementation has been made. And we would like to note that the safety report was not made available during the latest consultation process. And further correspondence with council, the only reason we have been given to why these safety recommendations have not been taken into account is due to the designation condition relating to traffic efficiency. The traffic efficiency designation condition is ambiguous and surely cannot come above providing a safe intersection for all road users, including young children trying to get to school. We are only asking for changes during school peak times, and please put some measures in place. And we're asking that you put kids' safety ahead of meeting an ambiguous designation condition about traffic efficiencies.
Cool. And just in the red box down the bottom, I'm just going to read because I gave all my copies out. What we need, what we're actually asking for, all red crossing only in peak periods, 30k speed limits to be thought about, like seriously. Barriers on the street edge, if there is to be a clearway or bus lane on those edges and the corners, you know what kids are like. Red light camera and clear signage, changes to the English Park red light system. We've talked about longer and also tilts of lights, and I'm not going to leave it out, but a specific crossing at Westminster, whatever that looks like for our kids.
We'll go Ellie, then Emma.
Well, actually, Emma put her hand up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. There you go, Emma.
The minor injuries that are being caused at that in the accidents, what are the effects on those families? How are they actually being affected by their child being nearly hit? Are they coming into the school?
So we have actually a person who works on Cranford. So a lot of that's reported to us every single day of what's happening for them. I mean, of course, I've been out there. Mostly, I believe it's causing less active transport. So we've got huge congestions in Shepherd Place that when we're only going to reduce if people feel safe for their kids to walk, scooter, bike.
And what does that congestion do to Trafalgar Street for the safety of because it's a cycleway?
Oh, goodness. We've got 3 staff members. Four every afternoon on Shepherd Place. Every afternoon and 2 in the morning. That's to get the traffic round. So you think about the manpower there involved alone for our school. That's not to mention our Trafalgar crossing, but it is hard work out there. It is packed up and, we've got all sorts of rules that we've put in place at school to keep them safe on Shepherd Place just because of that congestion. What we want is for our parents to go, actually, it's safe for my kids to get to school.
Ellie?
Thank you. Hey, thanks for coming along. And question, we seem to be separating traffic efficiency and safety out on this, right? So how can we have a win-win for everyone? How can we improve the efficiency but also have the safety? Do you or have you considered something like, and I've mentioned it already today, pedestrian walkovers at areas where there is, to basically get the kids off the road so that you could say, for example, have a clearway, traffic flows efficiently, but everything is safer then for the people, the pedestrians, the cyclists using the road. Has that been a consideration?
I think I said to David in our original meeting, what's the cost of a bridge? And I know David actually said that's huge, and also obviously bridges need a long passage onto it. So I'm not sure.
Do you think it's been looked at? I mean, do you think it's been explored? We haven't looked at land, we haven't looked at costs. I would suggest to you it seems to be something plucked out of the air whenever it's discussed. If there was an opportunity to do that, would you welcome that as part of an option to consider?
Of course.
And then I think we would be butting up against cost, right? Safety, efficiency, and then cost, because we can see that if we would bare minimum would love to see an all red so the children can cross each point efficiently. That'd be much more efficient than a Barnes dance where they might cross in the angle. So we would see that as a great interim measure, because something needs to be done now. And I feel like if we do like a bridge or an underpass would be amazing. But struggling to get this.
Well, let's look at how we could do it cost effectively and fast. I hate dismissing stuff.
Absolutely. And we decided that a Barnes dance, we didn't necessarily know that was safe habits for our children, teaching them to cross over middles of roads, especially there. Town's a different story, we get that, but all red, less time. And it turns out that when we've talked to experts about it, they've said that all red only really affects turn-in traffic, not straight through, because it's red anyway. So if you just think about that, it's less time than a Barnes dance. So it's something to consider. Slightly different than Barnes dance, where you can go through and it's longer.
It's really interesting. Thank you. Thanks.
Right, any more questions? Thank you very much for coming along. It was great to have your perspective, and you've certainly made an impact.
We'll get back in later.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Right, our last deputation is Fiona. We're a bit early, so we're happy to come in.
Good afternoon, call Fiona Betts, Tuakona. Gosh, I've watched a few submissions this morning and I really don't know what to say other than to Tautoko, David Palmer, Spokes Canterbury, St Albans Residents Association, and many others who have supported not installing a clearway. Okay, whatever you do, do not install a clearway. Bus lane is the perfect answer. We need to get more people on buses. I know people will say, no, I cannot park with my car, just cannot do that. But anyone who can makes it easier for those who can't. Okay, but in cycling, those who live on the street, I heard from someone who lived on the street and they can't get out of their driveway, they can't let their daughter bike to school. We need to be able to get down the street like any other street in the city. It's not a highway. We don't want to be like Auckland with highways going through our suburbs. Can we just picture what it's going to look like if we do put a clearway in and go, oh, actually, maybe not. And we stop it now. You've got the decision today to stop it now and don't let that happen, because once it's done, you cannot undo that. Like with Curlett's Road, it's very hard, going to be very hard to undo that clearway. Okay. As a cyclist, I do bike down Cranford Street and it's terrifying. People don't know. I got just biking here just now, someone almost took me out, pulling out of church lane or whatever it's called beside Mitre 10. People don't look. People don't care. So like safety is a huge problem for people walking, people cycling, people going to school. We don't want to have bridges everywhere. We're not fucking Auckland, okay? Sorry, excuse my language, but we are not Auckland and we need to stop this now, okay? Yes, people live in North Canterbury. Maybe they should pay a toll to come into Christchurch until we can become a super city. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming here. I'm really disappointed at the recommendation and I really want us to not go in that direction. So please, please, please go for a bus lane and if you must, a T2. I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks. Any questions?
I'll just say well done for coming and speaking after almost being knocked off your bike, because I know how much it shakes you up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chapel.
One beside Mitre 10.
Yeah, that's good.
Flustered.
Yeah.
Thanks for time.
Exactly what we need.
Thank you very much for coming along today. We appreciate you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Joanna. Thank you. Right. That takes us to the end of our presentations forum. So we're now going to jump to the report, which is going back to my the laneways report. Yeah, so we've got to start there for there. I'm on this. Thank you. I don't know if you do want to take the report as read or you've got anything to add.
Well, kia ora, everyone. No, I will take the report as read. Happy to take any questions on it.
Ellie.
Thanks. Hi, Matt.
Hello, how you going?
Good. Just a question. I mean, my first job was at the Court Theatre, so I have a real connection with it, and I know a lot of people in Motutahi do. Why birds? I've read all the information and I know about the movement between the areas and so forth.
Yep.
And I also know that these lanes are not only related to the Court Theatre, that they connect through to Isaac Theatre, Royal and Piano and so forth. Yeah. But I guess my question, so let's start with that. Why birds?
Birds were a theme that ran all the way through the cultural narrative and the cultural design report that Matapulkari put together in conjunction with the council several years ago.
Why is that?
I guess it was a key theme about, and a relationship of song and performance and the call of birds, the karanga as you stand in the laneways. So there were quite a lot of synergies with that, and it was in conjunction with Ngāi Tuahariri that they felt it was really relevant. And they also liked the idea of bringing birds back into the central city with sensitive planting and other things as well.
We're trying to get out of the central city.
There's a seagull. Yeah, I am aware. Yeah, yeah.
Notice that's not one of the names.
No, so that came across very strongly. There were some other themes as well. Particularly around the natural world. But when we were talking about this with Ngāi Tuahariri, with the Court Theatre, with council staff, we felt it was a really nice theme. We did talk about Māori playwrights and artists as well that could potentially be named, but the Court Theatre felt that they would, and Gretchen LaRoche felt that they would rather stick with those names in the narrative. And we did actually look at some other bird names as well, but when we started to go through other names that are used in the city already, a lot of those names had already been used. Hence, we have karere, pihipihi, and pipi whararo as the options at the moment.
Okay, I guess, and if it could be just a little more of a statement than a question at this stage, I'm just really disappointed to not see some of the whakapapa that's so important to theatre and performing arts in Christchurch not being recognised in this. I appreciate the cultural relationships and inputs, but, you know, I'm thinking of the marvellous Neil Cox, for example, who's passed away, and the work that he did with the Isaac Theatre Royal. And so I just think there's a real opportunity here to recognise and acknowledge some of the people who have contributed so much, and it is being lost in a focus that I think it shouldn't be lost in. So I've actually drafted an amendment that if we could just present that today, that would be helpful. And
did you send it through to Mark?
Yes, I have. And
Did you get it, Mark?
Oh, I'm sorry, you didn't cut and paste it. I didn't cut and paste it, no.
You're going to read it out, Ali?
Yeah, sure. So basically that the naming of the lanes pays particular regard to the people who have been instrumental in the live theatre and performing arts sector in Ōtautahi. For example, Neil Cox, keeping in mind all of those issues related to the naming policy around live people and dead people and so forth. And look, whereas birds are important and the natural world is important, there are plenty of places in Christchurch, in Ōtautahi and Canterbury and wider Christchurch that those could apply. The fact that we have Bernard Street, and some of those names in Addington at the moment. I'm not suggesting we go back to the Shakespearean names or so forth, but there is also a whakapapa back to where they're coming from again, back to the central city, and I think that should be acknowledged.
My question is more a procedural question for staff then. Does that require this paper being left on the table? Does the amendment need to reflect and include that? If we ask staff to go and do in line with what Kelly's recommending.
Is that what you're intending? Are you moving that?
That amendment, yes.
Instead of these?
Yes, yeah.
So you actually want the staff to go back and come back with some other names?
Well, yes, and also
I'm happy to move.
Maybe best foreshadowed so that we can see if this is, because that what is looked to be the consequence, see if members prefer to go for staff recommendations or maybe.
It hasn't been moved.
Denise has said that she would move this staff recommendation.
First, you can move whatever you want, you know what I mean? It's a bit.
You can certainly foreshadow that amendment, Ali.
Yeah.
So do we have a seconder for the staff recommendation?
I'm having a second.
John?
Recommendation on that.
Second, Alice. Okay, so we'll do the staff recommendation first, and then yours is foreshadowed off the tables, then we'll move to you.
Yeah. Question. Now, so having the amendment there now, foreshadowed amendment. What is the likelihood that that would be embraced by all of the theatres around there and all of the stakeholders, including Manawa? Or do you perceive that could be an issue or just comment?
I don't think it will be an issue. I think everyone's willing. We've got a very good relationship with all the parties. So I think we could have that conversation. But all I would say is that we have had that conversation and we got to this position, whereas the court weren't supportive of it.
No, it's not. Sorry, can I just jump in there, Matt? Sorry. The comment that I got this morning is that Gretchen is fairly agnostic. Okay, so let's be really clear about where we are at with these, but I just wanted to correct that, but yeah.
Sorry, okay.
That's all right.
I apologise.
Yep.
We're in the process of building the court theatre, and the public, or some of the public realm work around the court theatre is included in the construction contract. And so Hawkins are the builder. They're currently they're actually starting the laneway, the east laneway that runs on the east side of the court theatre. And so I'm proposing through my report that Karearea Lane is used for that south lane. And actually through the build process at the moment, on the detailed design, there's a concrete plinth in the ground, which has that name on it. And we're proceeding through. So we have to stop that right now and stop.
So that comes to my next question.
Yeah.
Perhaps Ali would consider allowing that one and going back for the other two.
And then perhaps look at the other two lanes. Would that be
because one of them is already underway with the.
Yeah, I would prefer there be a consistency in that. That to me, from what I understand, has no relevance to the issue that I'm raising. So, if you say yes to one, it's kind of inconsistent with the other two that may change. And I would rather stop something at a point now, and we've got 6-8 months or even longer until that area is opened up. But I feel so strongly about this not paying sufficient regard to what has gone before, and find it so disrespectful to the people who have been a key part of this sector that I would suggest that it stop now. And so no, I wouldn't support that.
Okay, and the supplementary question is, if we agree to go down the road to look at, historical people, how do we select 3 out of the myriad? Does that pose difficulty?
We'd have to have that conversation with all parties and get some shortlists together. I just mentioned that the practical completion is currently the 11th of March next year. So all of that public realm work has to be done by then.
So basically, is there time even? Because that would then have to be discussed and agreed, a report built and come back to the community board probably February.
Yes.
And there's no time to actually implement it before opening.
We possibly could. That south laneway to Gloucester Street is absolutely the key. I think the other 2 laneways, there's time to look at those, but the south laneway is one that I'm most.
Okay, and so the other question would be, how important is it for those 3 streets to be of the same ilk?
I do
not have a bird and a.
No, I agree. I do agree that there is that is a compromise that could be made if it meant that all 3, the other 2 could not be looked at. I'd be really disappointed by that, because I think it's a real opportunity for that main one that you're mentioning, Matt, which is so important to really reflect someone who has, like Neil, contributed so much to this area.
So Ellie, if you were prepared to compromise and allow staff to continue with that one that's really important to get done, I'd support your altered amendment. Otherwise, I'd be supporting the solutions.
Okay, yeah, well, no, and look, I'm prepared to make that compromise. I just find that incredibly a mouthful to say as well. Are those laneways? Or you said that that's already been partially.
It's been designed.
But the name itself, would you consider using one of the other names instead of A there, for example, or is it A or?
It's a C one, not
It's
C.
C.
Yeah,
so Pipi Whararoa is the name of the piano, which is why we thought the North Lane out to Armagh Street made sense to be Pipi Whararoa.
Sure.
Kararia, because it's the beautiful falcon, and because one of the key elements of the narrative was actually the kahukura, which is the hawk and then the cloak, and that came through quite strongly. We couldn't use Kahu Lane.
Because of Kahu Road,
And so the kararia is, one of the most endangered birds of prey. It's a beautiful bird, and we thought that was a good option.
Hey, look, I'm prepared to make that compromise from what you've just said, Pauline, if it means that we can go back and look at those other 2.
And I'm so approve C. And
review the other 2.
Send the other 2 back to staff.
But Pauline, you've already seconded that staff recommendation, so if you want.
No, I didn't.
Oh, it was John, sorry.
John.
So what we'll do is we'll put the staff recommendation. Can I ask a question? Oh, go, yes, me.
So far to reach, and no one has objected from the court theatre community. They are consulted well before finalizing these names.
Absolutely.
Absolutely,
right? Yeah.
The time spent, money spent, and I trust your report.
Sure.
I personally don't see there is reinventing the wheel all over again. We, as a council, as a board, we need to move away from.
Are we in debate?
Yeah, have you got questions?
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to know. All that money and time invested.
Yeah.
And people are happy. All the stakeholders are happy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's a to Ali's point as well, it's really healthy having conversations with other stakeholders in the precinct. So I'm happy to do that for sure.
Thanks,
Okay, so we'll, is there any debate on this staff recommendation, Ali?
Just at the risk of revisiting what we've already been through, I just want to respond to what Sunita said. I don't know the exact dollar amount of what has been spent on this, but I imagine it's something that goes on a lot in the city. And I do not also believe that that the incredible disrespect that I feel for ignoring the people who have contributed so hugely to this this regrowth, this rebuild of the performing arts sector in the precinct in Christchurch should be ignored or dismissed because of some cost. When I look at, we don't even know what those costs are. So let's make that call when we actually know what those figures are. So thank you for the discussion around the table today. I won't be supporting the staff recommendation apart from the naming of the C there for the reasons that I've already discussed. But thanks for the conversation.
Thanks, Ali. Simon.
Just briefly, thank you for the report and for the answers today. I'm happy with the process that this has been through and happy to see the re-indigenisation of public spaces. So, yeah, I'm happy to support.
Thanks, Simon. Jake.
Similarly to Simon, I'm happy to support this as well. I think that so little of Christchurch has reo names, and that this is a worthwhile small thing that we can do. I also think that when it comes to recognising those that have made a contribution to the performing arts with the court theatre, there's more than one way to do that. You don't have to name a street after them. So that's why I'll be supporting what we have. And thank you, Matt, for all the work you've done. Lovely names.
Thanks, Jake. Victoria.
No, thanks. So happy to second Ellie's foreshadowed motion, and I think there's real merit in what she has put up. Thanks, Pauline, for recommending the compromise. I think it's a wonderful opportunity really to reflect and celebrate the whakapapa performing arts in this way. And it may be difficult to choose two out of many, but then having a difficult conversation should not be a reason to stopping us from having a conversation. I won't be supporting the staff recommendation.
Okay. Anyone else? Emma.
Thank you. I heard you say you'd had the conversation with the stakeholders already around using people's names, so I'm happy to go with the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Emma. I also trust the process that this has been through. The support staff recommendation. Anyone else on debate? Okay, we'll put that motion. All those in favour? Do you want to split them? Oh, we can split C. We'll do that, Mark. Just that one, Ali?
Well, actually, it's neither here nor there now because it's not going to happen anyway. So I just voted against the whole.
Oh, you'd be supporting C, but not.
Yeah, register you against A and B.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I was only prepared to do that if there was a compromise there. So actually, I'll vote against the staff recommendation. Yeah.
So all those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Ali and Victoria.
And me.
And Pauline. So that is carried, and that will be noted as well. Right, we're now going to move to the Cranford Street report, so item 8 on the agenda.
Sorry, Emma, just rounding us on these naming things, maybe they can come to our board a bit earlier. It's a really good. Thanks.
We've got Jacob here. Welcome along.
Yeah.
Yeah, afternoon, board and the chair. This report is this report is for the Cranford Street improvement between Innes-Central and Grove Street. So we are today asking approval from the board for the recommend option, which is option 2, pick our away. So the reasons of making these changes, there are a couple of reasons. The existing bus lane on this section is a bus lane trial. It's a temporary setting from the early 2021. So it was a 3-month trial, but extended multiple times. It's more than 3 years now. It's ending in March 2021. So we must provide a permanent solution. And second reason is that the changes is to fulfill the notice of requirement conditions related to the opening of the Christchurch Northern Corridor. I think this may be one of the major difference from other projects because it's not normal for other projects have conditions like that. There's a legal requirement to the council, ask the council to improve the operation of Cranford Street and Sherburne Street, and or undertake calming work on the affected streets if the increase of traffic is likely or to raise or have raised more than 30% if CNC is not in operation. So that's our shortened statement. The original wording can be found on page 35 of attachment A under section 4. So the staff has undertaken some investigation. So what I mentioned previously was a 30% traffic increase, which is a threshold. So there are really some streets trigger this 30% threshold, like Francis Avenue and Flockton Street. They have traffic increase more than 30% immediately after closure of Forba. So although those increased traffic are not from the motorway, we take it as the work of the CNC. And for the traffic traffic monitoring in the recent years, we undertaken traffic monitoring once a year in March and September. It shows that the traffic increase on Crawford Street, Industrial, Burke Street, and Courtney Street are really rapid. For example, Burke Street and Courtney Street has really got a 30% increase for the last two counts. Maybe that's related with the construction on Industrial, but we can see that there are traffic increase close and also all it's more than 30%. And from the chart, we can also see that the traffic increase on Crawford Street is steeper than other streets. That means they've got more traffic increase in the recent years. The top one, the blue one, is Crawford Street north of Innes. The second one is Crawford Street between Westminster and Berwick. The third one is Crawford Street between Innes and Westminster. We can see the third one has a drop for the last column, but that's only 6 days counts, even by 7 days. That's happened in September. We think it's kind of a road closure, so there were no traffic in 24 hours. So that may be not the case. However, we can see there's a rapid increase of traffic on Crawford Street. So we have undertaken some investigation for 5 options. We have briefed these to the board previously. We just generally talk about this. We considered 5 and consulted 3 options. Those are peak hour clearway, peak hour bus lane, and peak hour T2 lanes. So in the consultation, we didn't mention which one is the staff preferred option. We don't want to influence thinking of the public. So, and probably something we didn't emphasize previously was that the length of those lanes are not the same. So for clearway, it's the entire length between Industrial and Burke Street. There are 800 meters. So for either directions. However, for bus lane and T2 lanes, because they are merging and diverging, is the lanes only less than 400 meters long. So yeah, those are the information we have discussed previously. All these 3 options, including peaceful northbound peak hour clearway between Berwick Street and Westminster. However, that one has been changed after consultation. I'll come back later to talk about the detail. So the preferred option is a clearway. So alternative options are the bus lane and T2 lane. I'm handing over to, another slide. There are some additional changes for all the options, which are the safety improvement at Crawford Street, Westminster intersection, including the high friction colored surfacing on the approaches and updated electric no right turn signs to support the no right turn movement during the peak hours. We are doing the same paint on the crossing at English Park. And there's some parking changes because we extend the priority lane, like 4 additional parking added south of Westminster intersection on the eastern side and 4 added on the west side north of the intersection. I'm handing over to Karen to talk about the consultation results.
Yeah, kia ora, my name is Kieran Scout and I'm with the advisor for this project. The full overview of consultation is in the report, but just for those in the room and also those watching, this is just a summary. So the overview of tactics first of all. So we had a very wide rundown of tactics such as emails. So roughly 265 people were notified, leaflets to directly affected residents, consultation documents in 3 main community hubs, a public webinar which was attended by 11 and viewed to date by 189 people, and online and physical marketing and media releases. So of note, one of our most effective tactics was online marketing, and so this was geo-targeted, which basically means anyone who lived, anyone who lived or travelled within a 1 kilometre radius of Cranford Street was basically targeted on Facebook, Instagram, and Google Ads, and received the consultation call to action on their mobile devices and desktops and everything. So an overview of the submissions by first preference, and it's important to note it was first preference as people were able to rank first, second, and third. This was essentially the breakdown of those across all areas. So 48% or 300 preferred the Clearway from their first preference, 42% for bus lane, which was roughly 262, and then 10% for T2 lane, 60 for submitters. So again, by first preference, the Clearway was reported to have the highest, although if you look in the report, that by second preference, the T2 lane was actually the majority second preference, around 70%. So distribution by submissions by area, the majority of people who submitted were from outside of St Albans and Cranford Street area. So the living in Christchurch excludes, St Albans and Cranford Street, and then those living in St Albans excludes Cranford Street specifically. In terms of the total number of residents that we heard from, who lived on Cranford Street, we heard from 12% of the properties that we letter dropped. In terms of first
Sorry,
preferences.
can I just interrupt there because I've got 4%, you heard from 4%. In one of the reports that we were.
That's 4% of the total number of submissions with those living on Cranford Street. So out of the total number, so out of the total number, if I just go back, out of the total number, not 195.
No, I get it,
roughly
Karen,
close to 12%.
Thank you. And just very quickly, while you're on that one with the businesses, did you have a breakdown of whether the organisation and businesses were from the area, or there was no differentiation or breakdown of where the businesses and organisations were from?
The majority were whole of city. There were, it was detailed in the, should be detailed in the report, the number of businesses that were on the street from, it was 3 businesses on the street that responded to the consultation.
Okay.
First preferences by area. So again, this was broken down by those living on Cranford, those living in St Albans, Christchurch, outside of Christchurch, and organisations and businesses. So you can see that there was a split between bus lane and Clearway when you look at area for those living on Cranford and those living in Christchurch, but where the majority was reached for Clearway was those living in St Albans and those living outside of Christchurch. As you can see, comparing the living in St Albans and outside of Christchurch between the bus lane and the Clearway. And again, this is the first preferences. In terms of, we also looked, we were also able to break down first preference by method of travel, but noting that this was self-reported, and I'll just get to that detail after breaking down this. So the majority of those who drove a car preferred a Clearway, whereas the first preference was quite split across those who drove, cycled, walked, and bussed. The main reason I mentioned it was self-reported is because there were approximately 45 submitters that didn't self-report their method of travel, which basically meant they weren't able to be reported in this graph. This first preference is just a very high-level breakdown of those organisations and businesses that responded and what preference they gave in their submission. Of note, there were some that either didn't state a preference or had a split preference, basically asking for a bit of a compromise. The summary of their submission is detailed in the report, and you can also read their full submission in the submission tables. So the top themes for each option. So for bus lane, the majority thought that it was the safest option, prioritised buses and felt that it would increase bus use, but they didn't like the fact that they didn't feel there were enough services to justify use, didn't feel it would reduce congestion due to the way that the bus lane operates currently, and felt it restrict other forms of transport. People liked that a clearway would improve efficiency for vehicles, that could reduce congestion, have flexibility, as we could look at changing the way that the lane operated later on, but didn't like that it was the most unsafe option, especially for cyclists, could increase congestion and induce demand, disadvantaging buses and cyclists was a main issue as well. And for a T2 lane, the majority liked that it encouraged ride sharing and reducing occupancy vehicles by getting less people out of cars and into ride sharing, promoted bus use by that shared lane, and that it was a compromise, but risk of poor enforcement was by far the largest concern, especially because of the way that the current CNC T2 lane operates, and that current ride sharing numbers were too low, and also that there was a concern it could be easily abused again, like was currently used on the CNC. The number of submitters who gave that preference is also detailed in the consultation report. I'll hand back to David.
All right, yeah, there are some changes after consultation. So as mentioned previously, it was a PM clearway between Berwick and Westminster. However, in the safety audit, it finds there's a merging issue very close to English Park crossing. So there's some hazards to the pedestrian. So by removing those safety concerns, we removed the parking, the two parks outside number 145. So the parking survey shows that during 12 hours period parking survey, only one car parked about half an hour. So we believe the parking was provided for the previous development, which was a church. So it's not necessary for now. So we removed the parking and turned that section into a two-lane northbound for all the options. So the parking change with those two removed will be 6 additional parking for the entire section. And there are also some modal updates after the consultation. John, he did a deputation previously. He contacted me after the consultation, mentioned the assumptions in the models are not consistent. So it's really great. So I asked the modeler, did an update to change the bus lane scenario as assumption as same as T2 and clearway, which was a split phasing industrial intersection.
So which was what phasing?
Split phasing.
Split phasing.
Split phasing at industrial intersection.
Yeah.
So split phasing will have some more benefit for the southbound vehicles. We had planned to trial that in this road intersection. However, because of the industrial construction is delayed, we're going to trial that anyway to see whether that can improve the operation of Cranford Street. So the results has been updated. The modeling result in the report, page 12. So those results are the updated one after John figured out the issue. So the reason why we recommend clearway is based on some factors. The firstly is improving the operation of Cranford Street. So firstly, that's a requirement of the MRI conditions. On page 34 of the MRI condition, the peak hour clearway is mentioned as a recommendation to the council. And the traffic is, it's in attachment A, and the traffic model actually ignores that. So from the tables on page 12, table 1 is a comparison of the travel time. So we can see for option 1 bus lane, the buses have about 0.8 seconds faster than general traffic. That's about 48 seconds. If we compare the bus lane with clearway, the general traffic in clearway is about also 0.8 minutes, that's 48 seconds faster than the general traffic in the bus lane. That's a model report. The second table is a comparison of the traffic volume. So different options, they will have different traffic volumes. So the base is a current setting. Option 1 is a bus lane. We can see the total is split into single occupancy vehicles and high occupancy vehicles. The columns are 2 sections of Crawford Street, south of Innes or south of Westminster. So we can see option 1, the bus lane, the total number is for the first section is 0.3% compared to now. So the bus lane option will have very minor increase in traffic. The second section of Crawford Street is minus 2.2%. That means probably the traffic volume is even less. The clearway option, we can see the total number is 27.6% more than the current setting. And the second option is, second section is 20.7% more. So that means if there's a clearway option, this section of Crawford Street will carry more traffic, but with less time. So that exactly aligns with the objective of the MRI conditions. So the second factor we can see that is induced demand. We know there's some concern about induced demand. Induced demand is a phenomenon that when we provide more capacity to the road, it may lead to an increase in traffic volume and eventually cause congestion again. Yeah. So that consists of 2 parts of increase. The first is new demand onto the network. The second is rerouted demand from other routes. So we agree induced demand is typically more relevant to a more substantial continuous development in a wider area. For example, building a motorway between Carboy and Christchurch, it will introduce new demand. People will start to drive. However, for this project, this section is only 800 meters long on Crawford Street. For a 2-hour peak hour application, is a localized improvement. It may reduce localized congestion, but it's unlikely to attract more demand during the peak hours. For example, if someone chooses they wouldn't drive or wouldn't travel during the peak hours, are they going to drive if there are 48 seconds benefit? We think it's very unlikely. And however, this congestion improvement will maybe attract the traffic currently using other route onto Crawford Street, which is in table 2. It shows that more traffic, more than 20% for the clearway option. So those are not new traffic. Those are already on the network, but rerouted currently using other routes now come back to Crawford Street.
Emma, can I ask a question?
And we're going to hold questions until then.
Oh, it's really involved though. It's very hard to keep that stuff in your head while
Write it down. We're going to keep questions to the end. Keep it flowing.
So these are not new topics, they're already on the system. So these are exactly the objective of the conditions to keep the traffic on Crawford Street and mitigate impact on the network and other routes. However, we acknowledge it may not align with the views of some of the residents on the street because they are concerned of increased traffic on Concord Street. So certainly, it's unlikely to trigger a mode shift either way, because, well, as I said, the changes are so minor, 48 seconds. It's not significant enough to trigger whether people start to drive the car or using public transport. The main reason is that people's choice, especially travel choice, especially during peak hours, are already established based on wider factors, such as work schedules, parking availabilities, cost, including parking, timing, time consuming, and mode convenience. So these 48 seconds are not significant enough to trigger mode shift either way. However, if the alternative options like bus lane, they cannot trigger mode shift, the congestion may be getting worse in the near future with more traffic increase. So that may, the right running may occur and will trigger extensive traffic calming, including with NOI condition. So that's our consideration for the operation. So in general, to summarize for the operation is that the clearway option can carry more traffic on Concord Street with less congestion. It will mitigate the downstream effect and allow with NOI conditions. But it's unlikely to trigger mode shift either towards or away from car using. Other factors we consider including safety, so including the merge issue in front of English Park crossing. So we remove the parking to improve the safety issue, and also we consider safety improvement at intersections. The third factor is a public consultation feedback. As Karen said, the public, more people vote for Clearway, including people living in St. Albans area. The third factor we consider is the ease and cost of implementation and enforcement. So for Clearway, there will be signage and marking changes. For bus lane and T2, there will be more, including cameras. The bus lane cameras and T2 need more advanced cameras and more advanced techniques in terms of enforcement. So those costs are mentioned in page 13. So in terms of ongoing enforcement, we think Clearway is much easier. The parking team, the parking enforcement team, or maybe just with one more truck, or maybe the truck currently enforcing Papanui, they can do patrolling on Concord Street. With bus lane and T2 option, it's more complex in enforcement. So they need a manual review of the footage to determine whether there are any people not following the rules. So that's the main consideration for why we recommend the Clearway option. That's all from us. Any questions?
Right, we're going to Jake, hit his hand up first.
I'm fine.
Good, so we'll go Ellie and then Emma.
Great, thank you. Couple of things. Is it going against the staff recommendation? Is going against the staff recommendation also breaching the legal requirements for the notice of requirement or the legal requirement?
Not at this point, no. So at this point, we haven't seen a mass breaching of the 30% threshold.
A mass breaching?
No, well, obviously we've seen it on Flockton and Francis, and in the last two measures we've seen over that 30% on Courtney Street, which we've discussed before about whether that's an Innes Road effect, but we'll keep an eye on that. But at the moment, we haven't seen a whole set of streets across the.
Could we just go back to slide 4.2, please? Yeah, so improving the operation of Cranford Street there talks about the NOR conditions.
Yeah.
So if your recommendation is the clear way to improve the operation of Cranford Street, and by operation I suspect you mean the flow and time travel and so forth of Cranford. So if that is what the improving Cranford, the operation of Cranford Street achieves, and it's required under the NOR, if we don't go with what you're recommending, are we then not following the NOR requirements or conditions?
It may mean that we have to do a lot more in surrounding streets as traffic increases, as we expect to over the next few years. We may end up doing a lot more measures in surrounding streets to deal with the traffic in there.
Right, so what you're saying is that improving the operation of Cranford Street, which is part of the NOR, will address the NOR requirement, which is improving the operation of Cranford, because it means that fewer vehicles are likely to then get into the rat running and run in the smaller streets.
We think it is less likely.
Yeah.
I don't want to give definites because we can't give definites, but based on the modelling we've had and what we understand, we think this is the best way of stopping traffic going into the surrounding streets and therefore not breaching the 30% on a whole set of other streets.
Cool. I just want to clarify.
We may well still find, even with a clear way, that we breach that. It depends how traffic changes over time.
So if we extrapolate out from that, if the improving the operation of Cranford Street, which addresses the NOR conditions, keeping traffic on Cranford and not going into the smaller streets, you're talking about the other option to that, if we don't do the clearway, potentially is continuing to, if you want to call it, tinker around and do this bits and pieces stuff on the streets that are surrounding the Cranford Street area, right?
So I'm going to read directly from the NOR. This may include measures to improve the operation of Cranford and Sherburn Street, as I said, the introduction of speed restrictions in some or all affected streets, the introduction of chicanes, the introduction of speed bumps, and any other suitable traffic calming mechanism. So if we see a mass breaching out 30%, we will have to start considering those kind of treatments on other
But Jacob, what I'm trying to pin it down, and I don't want to make it more simplistic than it is, and I understand you quoting from the NOR, but what I'm trying to get to is that if we nail the issue on Cranford Street, as you guys are suggesting will happen with a reduction in the congestion and the better flow on Cranford with a clearway, it could possibly likely mean that we will not have to spend time and money and disrupt in doing the chicanes and the humps and the other stuff on the surrounding streets. I know I'm being simplistic.
We think that's our best bet at this point in time of avoiding that kind of
Thank you,
measure,
that's what I was trying to get.
How long is that point of time going?
Hang on, can I just finish what I'm saying here? So also you said in the King's Barbers submission, they talk about takeaway parking. Is that only in the peak hours? What? Because that's repeated a couple of times.
No, we don't take any parking outside the existing those shops.
Right.
We're not taking parking other than those two outside number 145.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I just want to be clear.
If I can just add quickly as well, we responded to that submission by explaining that they would only lose the parking outside of their business between 4 and 6 p.m.
Right, which
I'm
is
pretty
the
sure is
peak hour.
outside of
Yeah.
outside of business hours.
That's okay. No, thank you. And just last one, St Albans School have said in there, and it was raised again today. They asked why were the Stantec safety review reports for Cranford Westminster intersection and Cranford English Park crossing not included in the Let's Talk consultation. Can you just explain why that was the case, please?
Oh, yeah, we had multiple meetings with the school. I think Stantec report is a really good report and it cover all the potential improvement. Maybe like even 10%, 20% possibility. They put everything is like a high level improvement. But we explain to the schools not all the options can be implemented immediately. We explain one by one. So there are some improvements has already included in the consultation, like so there's the paint,
which they've discussed as well. Yeah.
But we explained that bandstands is not a suitable location for bandstands.
What about the red light crossing?
I mean, it works in effectively the same way. It stops all the traffic. It may not be quite as long, but it works in the same way. It stops all traffic in all directions for a period of time.
There was another report previously, I believe report 2 years ago, they discuss the advantage and disadvantage of a bus stance, and they don't think it's a suitable location for a bus stance.
Okay,
And the risk platforms, yes, the point is, risk platforms, they can slow speed. However, the speed is not a major issue at these intersections here. As the Stantec report mentioned, in the morning peak, it's congested, so all the vehicles move slowly, there was no speeding issue. In the afternoon, they felt some of the vehicles, they are driving above the speed limit. However, there was no data, so we didn't know whether that's the case or how fast they drive. And also we think the speed environment may change after whatever the solution is approved. For example, if it's a bus lane, it may be more congested, so maybe in PM peak it will be more congested and it won't be a speeding issue. But if it's clearway, maybe the speeding issue will be more outstanding, so we have to come back to consider a risk platform.
I mean, that is specific. So again, to go back to the notice requirement, which is, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep repeating. We go back to the notice requirement because that is what drives this job. We go to 2.3, it says any appropriate mitigation measures may be delivered on an iterative basis. That is by first assessing the efficacy of its initial stage of mitigation measures before undertaking a further stage of mitigation measures. So putting in that high friction paint doesn't mean this is the end of the story. It means we'll see how it works. If it doesn't work, we can look at the next step,
It is a wee bit like death by 1,000 cuts.
I know, but the commissioning period is here till 2030 at least.
Okay, sorry, and just one more, just if you could bear with me.
It talks about the commissioning period being 10 years as a minimum.
Yeah.
So I have
this is maximum in the north.
Yeah, sorry, can I just,
Yeah, so I have to mention the risk platform that cannot fix everything, cannot fix all the other issues here, like what made on the newspaper. The left-hand vehicles, including into the second lane, they were not fixed by risk platform. Those are driving behaviors.
Yeah.
So that's how
yes, David, just the last thing too is we've talked about the doubling of the peak hour flow, which with the additional through lane, which will increase the capacity on the road. But we've also heard that there are intersection constraints that limit that. How do you see, if at all, that being managed so that the increased capacity can be addressed at the intersection constraint area?
I think, sorry, the report that we mentioned will be doubled. Actually, industrial is not in this scope. So industrial intersection, we know there's a constraint, especially in the morning peak.
With the tailbacks at Innes, you mean there?
Yeah. Because of the right-hand vehicles, they are queued up all the way to the roundabout, so left only one southbound lane. So when we say double, almost double the capacity, we mean the intersection at Westminster and Berwick. So the Stantec engineers, when they were on site for safety review, they found no one's using the curbside lane at Westminster southbound. So no one, they said, in the entire 1 hour. I think that's because of although we have really provided some diverging lane before Westminster, however, they have to merge back after Westminster. So I think drivers in Christchurch are really humble, so they hesitate to use the curbside lane. So literally currently at Westminster, only one lane they are in use. The similar thing happened at Berwick Street as well, Berwick Street intersection. So there are two southbound lanes, but actually only one lane is being used.
Because people think it's a bus lane or?
No, they just hesitate. They don't want to diverge and merge back into the traffic.
Space on the other side.
Yeah. So if there's a clearway, it will be clearway all the way from Innes to Berwick.
Yeah.
So we think will improve the utilization of the lanes at intersections.
Okay, thank you. Put your foot down.
Right, we'll go Emma next.
Okay, so going right back to, of course, the NROS. So the modelling done in NROS, have you looked at that modelling compared to what the modelling is today? So how have we progressed over the last 22 years?
Oh, we didn't look that model. I think this was more related with the current situation.
But the project that we've got now is all goes back to the NROS. So everything started at the NROS and that initial modelling that was done from the NROS. So, you know, how are we tracking with that modelling from, you know, because all of this sits with the NROS. So how are we tracking with that modelling from the NROS?
Well, from our traffic point of view, the model has to be updated by time.
Yes, but the stuff that has been done is based on the modelling from the NROS. So how are we tracking?
Sorry, I'm not sure in what way
So the NROS started all of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the project is all connected with the NROS.
Yeah.
And Cranford Street is probably about the last bit of it, really, is it? Of the NROS report?
What happened here is this was done and then this was produced, notice of requirement, and
I'll get onto the notice of requirement
part of that was that the independent traffic engineer did modelling to identify the area and draw the baseline. And so that's what's been done and that's what we're working on.
My point is with the NROS, there's Cranford Street, there's Rutland Street, there's Hills Road, all of those projects were involved in reducing or taking the transport from the northern area of Canterbury.
So they were different stages, weren't they?
Yes. Yeah. And so, but the Rutland Street bit hasn't happened. The Hills Road bit hasn't happened. So all of those parts of the NROS of this big project have been dropped. So all of the traffic that was meant to be spread through those projects is now coming down Cranford Street.
Sorry, I don't know about the NROS, but our legal requirement here
as I say, I'll
deal with the surrounding streets and Rutland Street is specifically mentioned in here as us keeping it as a cycle route.
And how's that going?
I mean, it's a cycle route. It's lots of people using it.
But is it not? But the thing is, again, I think it states that it's not congested. So how's that going?
I'm sorry, I don't understand
Street,
about it. So the point is that we try and keep traffic on Cranford to avoid the cycle and walking routes along Rutland Street and the public transport routes along Main, North and Papanui. And that's the requirement.
So again, I mean, interestingly, because I looked at it and I've worked out that because the locals they're not using Cranford Street because they can't get on it, they can't get across it, that it's 4.6 kilometres, 3.6 kilometres to go one way around and 4.3 kilometres or something to go the other way around. And of course, we have to use Trafalgar Street.
We've got a question.
So the number of cars coming down Trafalgar Street is actually increasing through the increased number of cars coming on Cranford Street.
But that's
because the locals have to go round in circles, 3.4 kilometre circles to get to where they want to go.
What's the question?
Well, my question was how does this fit with the projections of 2002? How are we going? I mean,
well, it was type of modelling that long ago, probably.
Because I see Rutland Street congested, Cranford Street congested, Trafalgar Street congested, Francis, Flockton. So the project, what my point is the project doesn't look to be working start to finish. So, and that's based on the NROS. Now, and then of course, let's go to the fact that you keep talking about the NOR. So why was the NOR put in place?
To avoid traffic impacts that are no more than I can't remember the exact wording, but no more than minimal, and it specified what no more than minimal.
The NOR was not in place.
Stop.
Hold on.
The notice of requirement was put in place as a legal requirement for the consent to build the Northern Motorway. Now, I understand that there may be parties around this table that many of us around the table that may not agree with whether that should have gone in or not. Staff are not here to discuss whether it was the right thing to do or not. The reality is we have a notice of motion that has legal requirements that Jacob has outlined, as I understand. Staff are working.
The wording is interesting. Oh, you interrupted me in the first place, thanks.
Let Lynette finish.
Carry on.
Go ahead, Lynette.
Thank you. We can't do anything except have a conversation about what the details of the notice of requirement are, which was a legal process that none of us were party to. We are playing that out. And that is all we are doing.
Okay, so I mean, for me, the notice of requirement was put in place because this section was left out of the Environment Court process because it would not pass. It was always going to be a lemon, as Lynn said. So, and now, of course, you're using the wording of the notice of requirement against the local residents. So the notice of requirement and from what I can see.
Have you got a question?
It's all around the wording of the notice of requirement that they are using.
Answered.
So
Emma, can I say, it's not helpful to look now at what led up to the notice of requirement. The notice of requirement is there whether we like it or not.
But it's the wording that the council are using on the notice of requirement, because the principal reason was for the benefit of improved traffic conditions. And also it was about the potential adverse effects on the immediate area around the southern end of the NAE SAU, the southern end. Now that actually also includes Cranford Street. And this is my point, the southern end of the NSU. Now the NSU ends at Innes Road. Yes. So the southern end referred to the downstream effects also includes Cranford Street. So I do not understand why you keep on picking Cranford Street out. Cranford Street is the one that needs to provide the solution, but it is actually part of what needs to be managed. It's in the management plan because it's at.
Emma, do you have a question?
So if that's the question, we're not. So we're actually agreeing.
Okay,
we agree.
So you believe that Cranford Street
is part of the area that is under the downstream effects management plan. It's not outside of that. The point is to avoid rat running that the downstream effects management plan indicate. It's about reducing the rat running on other streets. So it is about
it includes that. It's not about that. It includes that.
Right. But staff are and have been consistent in the discussions that we've been having. The discussion you're having today is not inconsistent with the discussion we had last time when the bus lane went in for a trial. So I'm struggling with what the issue is.
I'm struggling with the whole thing too. So again, we agree.
You have another question?
So why wasn't the bus use increase included in the consultation?
Yes, I think we include that information, right?
Could you clarify? You mean the
increased bus use?
Oh, the Environment Canterbury. There were, from memory, there were tables that were produced in the main consultation page that showed bus use increase. Oh, there was a drop down that was titled "How do buses operate along Cranford Street," which detailed numbers of bus patronage numbers and the increase since 2020.
Online.
Yeah.
Oh, online. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you also mentioned that the church, there used to be a church and there was a need for parking and so forth, and now that church is not there, there's no need for parking. There's 15, but what has been replaced by that church is 15 apartments. Yeah. Now, the state of all of the other housing around the area is going to probably also mean that a lot of those sections will also have 15 more apartments. Now, we've heard today about the residents having huge issues getting in and out of their driveways and things. So, how are we going to work what are we going to do for all of those extra people that are going to be trying to get in and out of there when one house is being replaced by, say, 5, 6, and also now we're going into a stage where they do not have to have car parking either. So
we legally can't require them to have parking.
No, I know. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on solving those issues for those local residents that live there, and of course increase numbers that will be coming? because they can't get in and out of the driveways.
George, can I have an observation first? My observation would be, the solution that is being proposed is a peak time, except where?
Only peak time, AM peak 2 hours and PM peak 2 hours.
For all of the lanes.
Right up to
Yeah.
Berwick, yeah.
Right up to Berwick.
Yeah.
So, then at peak times, yes, it will be difficult, or it'll be difficult. If people are finding it difficult now, it will be difficult to get in and out of the driveways. At off-peak times, it will be easier.
So, and then moving on to, are you worried about the same thing happening on the road as Curlets?
I think we are not the right person to comment Curly's because it's a state highway.
It's different.
It's a different setting.
But it was put in place the same way. So, yeah, it was,
It was changed under different settings and it was a completely different environment. I don't think the staff need to speculation on that.
Okay.
Right, moving on to Victoria.
Thank you. My questions all arising from the deputations today. Firstly, when Tim Frank presented, he said that the staff recommendation flies in the face of international evidence. Can you comment on that?
So what?
In terms of what induced demand?
Yeah, he was commenting that the recommendation goes against international evidence.
I think David tried to address it there. That the issue is this is quite a limited area. So in terms of general wider induced demand along the corridor, it's probably too small to make a substantial difference. Where it is big enough to make a difference is in that localized area, that instead of you shooting off and going through side streets, that you'll try and stay on Cranford. And so that's the difference. I think if you live, like Dave was saying, if you live in Rangiora, 48 seconds here or there is probably not going to make that much difference to whether you decide to drive or take a bus.
Yeah, we think like an induced demand is for a bigger picture or more significant improvement, like a new motorway. But like as we mentioned previously, is too minor to trigger new demand or trigger load shift.
Thank you. My second question is around the draft future transport strategy, which is currently up for consultation. And that strategy goal 4 refers to the principle of the right movement in the right places as an overarching goal. Can you comment on that insofar as it relates to Cranford Street, please?
Yes.
The question is this the right movement in the right place?
Yeah, I think one goal of the Christchurch transport strategy is to mitigate congestion on the freight route. Cranford Street is a freight route. So I think our proposal aligns with the Christchurch future transport strategy. And in terms of the car trips, this proposal, the Clearway will not promote car trips or from using public or from using more car trips. So it's kind of neutral on that goal. So I think in general it's aligned with the Christchurch future transport strategy.
Okay, so can we extend that then to Curlets Road? We've heard a number of deputations today referencing Curlets Road, and the same question applies. You know, what is the status of that road? Correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's a highway. So is that the right movement in the right place?
I mean, it's a state highway, so part of its function is to move freight. So, yeah.
Okay. My next question is our deputation for Margaret Stewart today. She made a comment that the bus lanes are working, and it's accepted that in terms of patronage, that's increasing. Was the introduction of bus lanes intended to reduce congestion?
I think they will. We acknowledge there are more and more people are using the park and ride from Waimakariri, and that's true. Record numbers, and more and more people are using buses. However, meanwhile, the car trip on Cranford Street keep on increase as well. So our feeling is that it is not efficient to encourage more people from using bus. And this proposal will not change that, will not either promote or discourage people from using buses. Yeah, I think that may need a more like strategic level on how to encourage PT usage in the future, but it's out of this project scope for now.
So it's generally accepted that the city is growing, the region is growing. There are more cars on the road. It's going to continue to head in that direction. We've talked a bit about rat running today. It's not more on Raven Street, they're going to rat. Where else can they?
So they can go, if you turn off at Innes, you can run through several streets there. We also think people can potentially come down QE2 Drive and then come back through Innes and through the suburbs. So that's what we can avoid people doing that.
And if it follows then that under the notice of requirement, you have to install other measures like chicanes and road humps and all of those other things. Are we likely to see more traffic heading back onto Papanui Road and onto the streets that we're purposely trying to divert traffic away from by the introduction of the CNC?
Potentially, it's difficult to say without doing wider modelling, but I mean, it doesn't seem implausible, I'll say that.
Look, my final question then is arising from the St Albans School, where they talk about the cost of a child's life, and they've identified that intersections really are a big part of the problem. Am I correct that intersection improvements and safety improvements are not mutually exclusive with the clearway?
No, I mean, there's things we can do, and like we said, like David said before, the Stantec report has laid out a whole series of options. We can start here and build up if we don't think it's resolved the problems.
So on this lovely piece of paper that they gave us, which is here, yeah, thanks. Down in the bottom corner, they've got a red circle with some of the things that they needed. And there's one in particular there that I'd like your comments on, please, which is the all red crossing in peak school times. Can you comment on that, please?
I think it's really similar to bandstands.
Okay.
And we also have concern that part-time bandstands, there are some safety concerns. Because if there's bandstands, it should be full-time, 24 hours. You cannot only run in the peak hours. Otherwise, pedestrians, like small kids, if they were late, they may saw this bandstands is already. So.
Okay.
But bandstands will slow down everyone, including pedestrians. Yeah, so we don't think it's a suitable solution here.
Thank you.
And Pauline.
Thank you. I'd like to move option 1.
Okay. Do we have more questions?
Yeah, one.
I've got a Jake. Yep.
Just digging into the induced demand side of things. So obviously it's not just the stretch of road, not the size of the road, but how busy it is. If it's a choke point or not, that will influence induced demand. You could have a nightmarish 800 metres that if it's cleared up makes a huge difference. If say a bus was stuck there crawling down the street inch by inch. Have you factored that into your assessment? Because if you have, what I'm curious about is how you could have a massive congestion easing if there isn't enough latent demand, that not having a bus lane there doesn't make too much difference at 30 times for buses.
So on the table 1 of page 12, the bus travel time are similar across the options.
3 options, yeah.
3 options. So, but clearly, Clearway option has slightly longer. Bus lane delay, that's 0.3 minutes, about 18 seconds longer. So we think if it's a Clearway, buses also benefit from the less congestion. And the Clearway option provide opportunities for more vehicles to travel in a less.
I'll put the question a different way. So your analysis captures right now, how does doing nothing to encourage mode shift, which is the Clearway option, doesn't do anything to encourage mode shift, how does that ease congestion over the long run?
Well, the modeling, as we said, or has to be updated from time to time. So the modeling is only up to 2028. And I asked the modeler why it's only up to 2028. They said it need to be calibrated by the new census data, all the stuff.
Supplementary. So you would accept that congestion will get worse over time.
Yeah.
If we continue to take approaches that do nothing to encourage mode shift.
But I think they probably would on
Yeah.
this stretch of corridor anyway. I think you've got enough growth north of the city that it will grow anyway.
Congestion will grow anyway.
The amount of traffic through there will grow.
Yeah. So that's further to my point then. So congestion will get worse over time. How does not doing anything to encourage mode shift ease that problem over the long term?
Yeah, we hope.
It doesn't, but then realistically, all of them are going to end up with more congestion if you keep building houses in Waimakariri district, so.
Right, but, okay. Well, no, right, so a clear way then, we'll have more congestion at the end of the day.
Yeah.
What?
You want a spade? You're in a hole.
No, I'm not in a hole, so. So you accept that the congestion will get worse over time, and you acknowledge that a clearway is going to do less than a bus lane over the long run.
Yeah, but I think that the difference in times we've seen on there means that's probably quite small at the moment. Yeah, and I mean longer term.
Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, it's difficult, but I mean you will. If there's growth north of the city, like I said, you're always going to get whichever option you choose. Congestion is always going to grow.
Cool, thank you.
Simon and then Pauline and then John.
Thank you. Just at the Innes Road intersection, the intention to trial split phasing, we've seen split phasing introduced on Main North Road, that Kiwi Drive Northcote Road. And that seems to have had a pretty significant impact in the afternoon peak for northbound traffic. Have staff got a view on sort of how well they expect this to work in both the morning and evening peaks if it's implemented on Innes Road?
Well, that's really hard to say. So that's why we are seeking to have a trial, because we think the split phasing may cause a longer average delay for the entire intersection, but maybe it will be some of the directions may be benefit from that. However, we have to assess whether we have to find a balance point. So it was delayed by the construction, but we are going to do the trial. We are going to find some other to explore the opportunities to improve the situation congestion at Innes Road intersection.
Yeah. Is there a time frame for that trial?
So it will be the school holidays coming, so we'll be not in the school holiday time. Will be like February. I'm thinking February or March of next year. And the traffic come back to normal.
Thank you. Second question, and I asked staff a question about this ahead of time, which was that the reports we have at the front end of the attachments, all the analysis and modelling is focused on the morning peak and the southbound traffic flow. And feedback from staff was that northbound was not expected to differ. But we have no modelling for northbound, but we're being asked to resolve the solution for the northbound traffic, and are staff comfortable that there's been sufficient investigation and we have enough information to make a defendable decision on that?
Oh yeah, the reason why we only have a morning peak was the modelling is a new model. It's a joint action with NZTA. So their objective was to see whether they can extend the T2 lane. So the T2 only operate in the AM peak, so it's an AM peak model only. We share the cost half with NZTA.
Yeah.
But there are more than 8 scenarios. We only consulted 3, but there are 8 scenarios being modeled. So it's really complex. We have to ask the council's approval to extend the bus lane trial to allow some time to complete the modeling. So if we model the PM peak, it will be more complex, and I think the project will be further delayed. However, the model has been reviewed by third party, peer review, and also John has looked at the modeling results. So we are confident that the AMP model is good enough for the purpose of this project. So the peer review said that those model could be further refined, less time consuming and money consuming, but it would not say make one option more outstanding than other options. So that means maybe the bus lane option, the delay may be few seconds more or less, or the clearway travel time may be few seconds more or less. However, it will not say clearway will have longer delay than bus lane. So it will not change those option outcome. So we are confident the PMP will be similar as AMP.
Okay. Next one, Dr. Turner in attachment L expresses a concern about the merging northbound south of Westminster outside of peak times, and we see the change that's been made to delete those car parks for peak times or to get rid of the peak hour clearway. But my understanding is outside of peak times, northbound traffic will have to merge from the 2 to the 1 at Westminster Street. If it's a concern at peak times, is it also a concern, they're merging there outside of peak times?
Yes, it's difficult because the parking outside of the shops north of Westminster, we cannot remove out of the peak hours. But actually, the merging issue applies to all the options.
Yes.
Actually, it was Dr. Turner's opinion that in his previous email early this year, he mentioned that between Berwick and Westminster more capacity. So that's why we provide a peak hours, a PM peak clearway in the consultation by turning those 2 car park space to off peak only. But that caused merging issue and applies to all the options. Yeah. So we remove the parking, turn to a two-lane northbound traffic for all options. Unfortunately, merging is a challenge. Cannot be totally addressed, as the parking cannot be removed out of peak hours most of Westminster.
Understandable. 2 more. What is the process to get red light cameras, especially thinking about the schools concerns? So Westminster Street and the mid-block crossings.
Yeah.
Who has control of that decision?
It's NZTA is managing that.
Yeah. So we can advocate that they go there. Yeah. Take control.
Thank you. And the last one is around the relationship between changes on Cranford Street and traffic levels on Waipapa and Flockton and Francis. And we heard from the origin destination staff study that was done a little while back now. What we heard from that was that the traffic increase on Flockton and Francis was mainly driven by local trips rather than people diverting off the main roads. And I'm just reading an Oricon report from 2022 that modelling indicated that addition of traffic lanes along Cranford Street would have negligible impact on the traffic volumes on Francis and Flockton, which seems consistent with that origin destination study, or even that we might have to come from the same source. Just checking for a staff response on that in terms of clearway versus bus lane on Cranford Street. What do we think that might do for Flockton and Francis?
We think it's really minor impact. Whatever the option is on Cranford Street, the traffic on Francis and Flockton, would stay almost the same as for that.
Thank you.
Pauline.
Sorry, through the chair, can I just add back to Simon's question about the NZTA and Jacob was right. NZTA have only just recently taken over the administration of all of that, so there would be some work for us to do to understand the process around red light cameras and the administration of enforcement. So that's only very, very new. So I just wanted to clarify that.
It's such an issue citywide, but yeah, exactly thinking about it.
Pauline.
Thanks. I'd like to add a resolution, if I may, number 17.
As long as that's okay with, are you?
With the will and
Sunita.
with the will and to request staff report back to the board on options, costs and funding for metal safety barriers at the Westminster Cranford intersection. And that's A, and then B.
Hold on, just we'll let Mark catch up.
Yeah.
On what, sorry?
Metal safety.
Yeah.
And then B. Request staff to implement necessary steps. Or to take necessary steps towards implementing a 30K zone around St Albans School.
At school time?
Well, I think that's all we can do.
It can only be at school time.
Yeah, right,
That's-
yeah.
Isn't that already?
Yeah, it's already done, isn't it?
Yeah.
It can only be on it, well.
Well, we need
It's
to
not.
authorise the implementation of it, so how do we?
No,
Didn't that go through
It goes-
this big stuff last?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's.
Where's it at?
Don't know, but it's, it has to be implemented. We've got an obligation to implement it by June of 25, is it?
No, August.
All right, request staff to take necessary steps towards speeding up the implementation of a 30K zone. I mean, like, it's
I
that's
agree.
way too long to wait.
Yeah, no, I agree.
No, I understand that, but it's already got us. We have a legal obligation to put all of the schools have a, if you would like us to prioritise.
Yep. Put that
it within the list,
prioritising.
then I'd rather that was how you wrote it.
Yep.
Prioritise it, because we have a legal obligation to put 30K variable speed zones at all schools.
Thanks, Lynette. I'm happy to take your guidance on the wording.
Prioritise the implementation of the school speed zone at Melbourne schools.
Thank you. And then could I also add a noting provision that signage for the bus lanes need improvement and enforcement must, what can I say, would be the word must, or
Must be in place.
yeah,
According to the locals, it's not being enforced at all.
or must be resourced perhaps, and enforcement needs resourcing. It's not happening. Is that an okay word for that, or what?
Well, that's gonna only depend on what your decision
Yeah,
is.
so, but that's just my.
About-
That's to go with her, she's putting forward option
She's
one.
put it up.
right?
Okay, yeah, let's.
Pauline, can we?
Hold on, we're still going on questions. John, you had questions and I've got a couple of questions.
Okay, yeah.
Come-
Well, you consider waiting on. Lost my question, but I'll pick up. This has been asked and answered, I think, but just for the sake of clarity. Any of these options, option one, option two, or option three, should satisfy the notice of recommendation, correct?
At this point in time, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Requirement, yeah.
Yeah, great. Requirement, yeah, notice of requirement, sorry, yes. So, down in the legal considerations, item 6.7 in the report refers to the council's, this council's long-term plan, just implemented. And there are some specific bullet points, service level deliveries under 6.7.2. Yeah, and so just running through those, I want to, maintain the perception from resident satisfaction that Christchurch is a walking friendly city, reduce the number of death and serious injury, increase the share of non-car modes in daily trips, increasing infrastructure provision for active and public modes,
improving customer satisfaction with public transport facilities. Your recommended option appears not to do any of those things.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Good question, great answer.
Okay.
Is it John?
Yeah, it does note depending on,
Yeah.
yeah, it does note depending on the solution.
Yeah.
It does note depending on the solution, and those are just those are the levels of service that are listed in the long-term plan.
Correct, I get.
And the reality is there really isn't a level of service in our long-term plan around moving cars quickly. Emma will be pleased to hear that. There really isn't, but that's about moving it around. So that's the connection with the notice of requirement.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, I get that, but indeed, the option two, the recommended option does not address those LTP issues.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think if you were to go for a bus lane or a T2, you would probably fit better with council strategies, but like I tried to address in there, I think there's a good chance that you will bump up against the issues of the notice of requirement more quickly. So that's the balance we're trying to make all the way through this is there are effectively two competing requirements. Yeah.
Thanks for reaching the element. Cool, thanks, John. Just a quick couple of questions from me. The peak hours heading north, you're recommending 4 till 6 p.m. and it's mentioned in the Stantec report that the peak actually begins around 3 p.m. Anyone that's travelled around there at that time will know that that is bad at that time. Had you considered extending it out to go 3 till 6?
Yeah, it could be extended, yeah. But we haven't consulted on that.
Didn't consult on that.
And parking outside the shops, yeah. We need to protect them, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And last one, so with the clearway option, if somebody were to use a clearway as a traffic light outside of the peak hours, and it's not a clearway, can they get ticketed?
That's not a clear, so I think
it came back.
It should come back with written advice. So that's not. People are only allowed to travel down a lane, and it is not a lane outside of those times.
So there is nothing to stop it being used as a lane outside those times.
It is not legally a lane. It is not legally a lane, so potentially yes, but I don't. I'm not prepared to give that advice because to say yes or no. But the advice we have had is that outside of the operating hours, it is not a lane.
So what I'm getting at is there's nothing to stop it turning into what Curlitz Road is now.
Actually,
But they can on Curlitz Road, but don't be, yeah.
That's right.
But that applies to all options.
Yeah.
Even as a bus lane, people may drive that out of the peak hours.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not only clearway, it's all options.
Yeah. Victoria.
Yeah, thanks. Mine's a supplementary to John's question in relation to notice of requirement. The question was that do all options 1, 2, and 3 satisfy the notice of requirement? And the answer was yes. But our deputation from Clary Pears talked about notice of requirement and mitigation and the downstream effects. So we've had a bus lane for 3 years that hasn't reduced congestion, so therefore hasn't mitigated the downstream effects. So how does
It's only what.
how does the NOR meet the how does the bus lane meet the NOR?
So the point with the bus lane is that we haven't seen a mass breaching of that 30% threshold. And we've seen it in 2 places. We've seen it in, I think, only 3 places so far. 2 of which are Francis and Flockton, which I think are slightly different, obviously very related, but they're a slightly different issue. And then Courtney Street, that could well be an Innes Road effect, but let's wait for the next set of traffic counts. Other than that, we haven't seen a mass breaching. We've seen quite a few streets creeping up towards that line. So that's the point. We meet it at the moment, but who knows where we'll be in 3, 4, 5, 6 years' time.
So what does that mean from a legal perspective then if we can't meet the notice of requirement? What do you do next?
We start to put in measures on local roads. So that's where we start to put in speed bumps, chicanes.
Or access closures.
Yeah.
Whack-a-mole.
Yeah,
My
it does,
next question is actually a procedural one. Can I just ask it now, while it's top of mind? Noting that, councillor Cotter has moved option 1 ahead of the staff recommendation being moved. And noting then that all of the recommendations that we've got in the report pertain to option 2, we therefore don't have the necessary recommendations aligned in the science.
Got them.
Oh, you've
Got all 3 options.
Okay.
Up there. But we can go over
Figure that bit out. Okay.
Ellie.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, we talked about local transport and you know, the mitigations on Cranford Street might not make a lot of difference to what we're seeing, the increase of traffic on some of those. But as Emma said, and I've seen, and many of us have seen, and some of our submitters have seen, local people who are rat running are doing that because we can't use Cranford because of the congestion. So would it be fair to say that should the congestion and flow on Cranford Street reduce, that should in turn bring local people like us who can't really use Cranford, bring us back to using Cranford and reduce the rat running on those other streets?
In theory, I
In
mean,
theory?
that's the reason why we've made the recommendation.
So, but I'm just raising that because if I misunderstood, David, you sort of said that if Cranford Street became less congested or we did the Clearway, then it's unlikely to make a difference in that local rat running we're seeing, or the local transport or traffic that's in those streets.
No, the opposite. I think if Cranford Street works better, we'd expect people to not redirect into side roads, but to stay on Cranford.
Okay, I misunderstood the answer to Simon's question then. So the Clearway could in fact make a difference to some of that stuff that we're seeing on those local streets.
Well, that streets have been cut off.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to just do something additional to what Pauline has done for additions to the bus lane resolutions. I wanted to do the same for the Clearway resolution. Basically, definitely the metal safety barriers at the Westminster Street Cranford Road intersection.
Shadowing the Clearway option.
I don't know what the hell it is, but I'd just like there to be. No, because it's not to the bus lane resolution. I want it to be added.
But you're trying to add to something that hasn't been moved.
She's just trying to say she wants the same words as Pauline.
Yeah, I'm just foreshadowing something.
But you are foreshadowing, okay.
Yeah. Or we could just vote on it separately. Both work.
Yeah, I don't care as long as it's there.
I think it's simpler to maybe vote on that bit separately.
Yeah. Okay.
And that can apply to whatever option we're voting on.
Okay, so what are we voting on first then? The staff recommendation or?
No, the bus lane option has been moved and seconded. So that would be.
And then the straw.
You'd have to foreshadow.
Yeah.
Foreshadow, absolutely.
So that means that we will basically be voting on the bus lane one first and we won't have an opportunity to talk about the Clearway or debate on Clearway.
Yes, we'll just
Debate on
one debate.
We could do,
Okay.
yeah, it depends how the vote goes. We could do two
Okay.
debates, but.
No.
Well,
we need it.
Jay.
Maybe not.
Yeah,
And you can debate, you put your debate on that one.
yeah. Could I foreshadow though and just mention around the table that the points that Pauline raises, which I think are really valid, really do need to be, if and when we get to there, which looking at the table, of course we won't, that there should be safety barriers at the Westminster Street, Cranford Road intersection. Pauline, would you consider adding Berwick and Innes on that on yours as well? Because there have been some awful near misses.
Berwick and Cranford.
Berwick and Cranford, sorry.
Yep, I'll be happy with that.
Because that's the.
And yeah, it's just that one on the west side, that single one.
Yes, that's exactly right.
That before and staff would come back and said, no, that whole intersection.
Often because of the space that we've got, but
Very narrow.
can we go back?
Well, I think put it in and stuff.
Now, they're not black, they're blue, sorry.
No, but hang on, if we can put Ellie's suggestion in, I'm happy with that and staff can come back with a response.
It's safety fencing though, isn't it, that you want, it's not safety barriers, because safety barriers are the big things that stop cars running
No,
off the road.
it's about a kid's height, like 10 or 11.
The yellow thing.
But it's solid, no, that's.
So just get your heel in
Oh,
it.
yeah,
It's just
safety fencing.
Yeah.
It's just what the school wanted.
It's for pedestrians, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
And you might find
Metal, can we just say that the board, report back to the board on safety
Barriers?
/ pedestrian fencing
Or measure,
or other measures.
including road closure.
Yes, so. Yeah. At the Westminster Cranford, and Berwick Cranford institutions, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
You know what the Berwick Cranford is, the one on the.
It's really nasty, skinny one on the.
On the west side.
Right.
On telling us that you're going to do something about that intersection.
So the other thing that I wanted to ask is, could we also in there, could we request that staff investigate pedestrian and cycle walkovers? Because this is something that we're always being told is too expensive or
No, I
take
don't
long,
support
that you don't
How many
support even looking at it.
Millions of dollars do we currently?
We don't know what they cost.
We know they don't. cost millions.
No, we don't. I'm meeting with the engineering guys at the university and they
Well,
don't cost that.
we can bring it.
Look, you've said all other measures. We
Oh,
can,
okay,
we
so
can
you
make
can
it, we
include
can make
it
a
in that.
note. It won't be a detailed
No, no.
investigation,
Yeah,
but it will be a note in a
that's
note.
good.
okay,
And the
that covers
biggest,
it.
to inform the table, the biggest issue with overbridges is land purchase and they
Yeah.
they are extremely expensive because of
Understand
land
that,
purchase.
but I look at how many millions we've spent already.
Yeah, and then you get
Especially on a spot.
huge ongoing costs.
About Ellie, could we also just talk about really, because we're hearing it a lot from submissions, advocating for the red light cameras and better enforcement. I think we have to be really, really clear on that.
Yeah, we'll note that the board will advocate for red light cameras. Yeah, so the full stack.
Okay.
And at the English Park crossing.
Did Jacob already say that you were looking at red light cameras?
Yeah, but we can.
Sorry, so
to do what.
like it's only recently switched over. I mean, the police were, it's been quite difficult to get them in certain places before. And we think we may have more leverage, but it's difficult to know at this point.
Yeah, but it's just noting that we will push that and do what we.
Thank you.
So, yeah. You're good with all those.
Yes.
Right. So we've got a mover and a seconder for the bus lane option with those additions. So we will now move into debate.
I suppose.
One vote, so we'll go Jake.
So just process the debate on all at once.
Yeah, we'll go one debate.
Going to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Look, I think you can't have your reduced demand argument both ways. You can't say that maintaining capacity for buses is not going to slow them down that much. Because if you did, the congestion for vehicles wouldn't have the same effect. The reality is, putting that to one side, whether it's an 800-metre bit of road or an 8K bit of road or an 80K road, you do not ease congestion by encouraging single occupancy vehicle use. And I know the team is saying it's no big deal this year or next year or the year after that, but in the long term, you do not ease congestion by encouraging single vehicle use. I suspect the team know that. I also wanted just to say it's also worth noting that the bus lane option is also safer for cyclists, and it's something that we kind of glossed over a little bit in questioning. So I guess as a decision maker, when we look at obviously the solution that's best for now, for tomorrow, and for 10 years down the track, these things are really it's much easier to bed something like a bus lane in at the beginning than it is to come back when the demand is there and try and do it retrospectively. So for that reason, I'll be voting for the bus lane today, and I'm confident that that will be the solution that this board arrives at.
Great. Thanks. Emma.
I will be voting for the bus option, as it is the best thing for the local community. It's future focused and it follows international advice and improves it has the opportunity to make further improvements in regards to our active transport options in the future.
Thanks, Emma. Simon.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for all the work that you've done on this and for your answers to questions ahead of today and today as well. Really appreciate that. I do have a shopping list of reasons. I'm not a fan of the staff recommendation, including safety for cyclists and a lack of incentive for mode change. And going beyond that, just the fit with the council's declaration of a climate and ecological emergency. If we're to vote for it, to prioritise single vehicles and don't prioritise mode change, perhaps council needs to unwind that emergency declaration. There are a few other things in there that were in the report and the attachments as well. Challenges for emergency vehicles, challenging navigating the road at peak times. Also, in-lane bus stops, will have more of them if we have a T2 or a clearway than if we have the bus lane. And I already see on that road unsafe overtaking manoeuvres when there's a bus stopped in the curbside lane and people get impatient behind it and dive into the lane that is flowing. Curlett's Road's been at the front of my mind for years in relation to this project. The current state of Curlett's Road is not brand new. That's been unfolding over a long time. And really concerning to hear from a Laguna request that there's been zero enforcement on either Curlett's Road or on Cranford Street of the highways and the bus lanes, respectively. Also noting from the Waimakiriri District Council submission and intention to increase frequency of Waimakiriri District services, and really heartening to see the data on increases in patronage of those services already. That's a really positive move. And finally, we've had the bus lane in place for 3 years already. We have the data to show that it isn't an unacceptable level of rat running. Unacceptable level would be a breach of the NOR condition, triggering the requirement for more mitigation. So from that perspective, comparing our possible options to the current state of the road, I don't think there's a problem to fix. I think what's in place is working well for the community. We're seeing the growth in public transport usage, which by definition is a reduction in congestion. Carrie, I see you there with your sign and acknowledge your view as well. Thanks for coming to share that with us too. But ultimately, on balance, I see the bus lane option is the best option, certainly at this time, for the community and for the wider users of the area. That's the option in place.
Thanks, Simon. Ellie.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone involved as well, and those who submitted, especially those who didn't and haven't submitted before. It was really great to hear so many new voices on this. I'm supporting the vehicle clearway, which is the staff recommendation, and something I'm not hearing from my colleagues around the table is it's actually what the community wants, and it's what the submitters have wanted. So we need to listen to our community. The main issues that the submitters have mentioned are safety, traffic flow, congestion enforcement, and accessibility for everyone. And it's also really clear that the bus lane has not reduced the amount of traffic. In fact, it's become even more congested and unsafe on Cranford Street for more than 3 years. This trial has been going. Now, Clearway, as the roading experts and reports and common sense shows, will be the most effective option in addressing the frustrating congestion and the delays that we're seeing every day, weekdays included. And this is despite a 3-year bus lane trial. The roading engineers and experts say there will be a 3 to 5 year window of reduced congestion. And this is something that, again, my colleagues don't seem to have grasped or addressed. And it is in that 3 to 5 year window that we must see as an opportunity and use it wisely to address the issues on Cranford Street and the surrounding streets. We need to focus on safety measures like pedestrian walkovers, red light cameras, barriers at intersections. There is millions in the downstream effects management plan budget. We need some firm deadlines. We need some genuine commitment and a real opportunity to make a positive difference for our community, especially for our children, in that 3 to 5 years. And the negative effects of traffic congestion are really well known. I don't even, or shouldn't even need to tell you this. I'm not going to list them all, but increased carbon emissions as a result of idling in traffic is one. And that's not what we want for our environment, and it's not what we want for our children in the area. Enforcing road rules is critical, as we've already heard. This is once again common sense, and those safety measures require commitment from the police, which is why we need to pressure them to do their part. Now, I don't accept that by pressuring the police, it's throwing them under the bus, no pun intended. This has been suggested to be by someone at council recently. Has KiwiRail been thrown under the bus with the pressure exerted by council regarding the Scruppins Road rail crossing? That'd be a no. So instead of adding further obstacles like chicanes, humps to local streets, it is more constructive to keep traffic flowing smoothly on Cranford Street. And if Cranford Street runs well, vehicles will stay on it and avoid local streets. So a quick word on the recommendation to add the special vehicle lane for cyclists. I totally reject this. It is not separated. It doesn't even run consistently along Cranford. It's intermittent. There's a multi-million-dollar fabulous cycle lane called the Papanui Parallel, just a block or two away. Use that. There should not be cycles on Cranford Street. You could also use Forfar. So a bus lane trial over 3 years hasn't reduced the number of vehicles on Cranford Street or reduced congestion or reduced driver frustration. And it hasn't made things safer for our community. In fact, quite the opposite. As Albert Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
He never actually said
that. And in closing, it's clear that for Cranford Street to work effectively for vehicles while ensuring our community and our children are safe, only a peak hour clearway with a commitment to implement safety structure, including pedestrian walkovers, intersection barriers, and getting the police to enforce the road rules is the right decision to make. Let's grab this opportunity and make things safer for everyone. Thank you.
Ellie,
Well, thanks, Emma. Right, I want to thank staff for the enormous amount of work that's gone on here. And all of the submitters that engaged with us, and particularly mentioned those submitters that are still in the room with us. Thanks for showing up today. The main themes have been well reversed, and I'm not going to repeat them. It's obvious that congestion is inextricably linked to the issue of safety and accessibility, and everybody agrees with that. And in my mind, it follows that reducing congestion should reduce some of the reckless behaviour that we see from drivers that contributes to the safety concerns. I reiterate they're inextricably connected there. You've heard that a clearway recommended by staff and the roading experts and preferred by most submitters is likely to be the most successful option here to relieve the congestion. I want to highlight the community's wishes. Thanks, Ellie, for raising that. We are constantly trying to improve public participation in our engagement. Ignoring the wishes of the public today from this consultation is not going to go any way towards improving public engagement with our consultation. That is just so it follows that I won't be supporting the bus lane, and on the contrary, I'll be supporting the clearway as reflected by the public's wishes and sentiments here. I think I've mentioned it in my questions earlier that our city is growing, our region is growing, and that's great. And with growth comes challenges, and Cranford Street epitomises some of the challenges that we're facing as a city and as a region. This is a main transport corridor. It was always intended to be a main transport corridor. The hint is in the word Christchurch Northern Corridor as a transport corridor. So increased traffic was anticipated. You would have heard from my question of staff earlier about some of the core principles that underpin our transport strategy. Enabling the right movement in the right place informs all of our transport goals. Cranford Street is the right place. Traffic is need to be on Cranford Street. We're not here to debate the CNC. And using Mary Pearce's pun, thank you, that bus is already gone. We're not here to discuss that today. The notice of requirements specifically recommended peak hour clearways as a possible intervention to improve traffic flow. So no surprises that that's our staff recommendation. I want to comment on a couple of the other goals in our transport strategy, and two of these are particularly pertinent to today, and a number of submitters have raised it and some of my colleagues have raised it, and that is about genuine transport choices for everyone, improving alternative options to reduce emissions, and also a vibrant, healthy and livable city with streets and pathways designed for people and communities. I acknowledge that these goals are also important. But the fact is, we don't have to achieve all of our transport goals on Cranford Street. We've got a number of other initiatives and a truckload of other initiatives across the city that help us achieve the goals. Thanks, Ali, for mentioning Papanui Parallel Cycleway. That is one of them. We're doing some really incredibly good stuff elsewhere that helps towards our transport goals. So we don't have to achieve all of them with Cranford Street today. It's the main transport corridor, we've spoken about that, and I'm of the view that the Clearway, with additional safety measures, can achieve that. Can I just add that on the face of it, where it looks like this is an either-or scenario, an either-or, but actually the solution is an and. It's a Clearway and safety enhancement. It's a Clearway and reduced congestion. It's a Clearway and reduced wreck running, and it's a Clearway and more enforcement. So I'm disappointed that it looks like the majority is heading towards the bus lane. Can I just comment also on the bus lane trial? It hasn't reduced the number of vehicles or congestion. I appreciate that the bus patronage numbers have increased, but it hasn't reduced congestion. You've heard staff saying it's regardless of any of these outcomes, traffic vehicles movements are going to increase. So it's time that we have to try something different here. Final word for me on the special vehicle lane for cyclists. Thanks, Ali, for raising it. I too cannot support this. We've got fabulous cycleway that walks over. Won't be supporting option 1, but I will be supporting the additions from Councillor Cotter, 29 to 12, and I think that they've been workshopped really nicely around the table. So thanks to my colleagues for that. Thanks.
Gloria, Sunita.
I'd like to start by acknowledging staff for work they have put in and for this item in today's agenda. Also thanking all the submitters and presenter for their valuable feedback on the bus lane proposal for the Northern Corridor. Your insight have played a crucial role in shaping this decision and ensuring that we consider the community's need in our effort to create sustainable and efficient transport network for Christchurch. Today, my decision is supported by a few of these documents. A Greater Christchurch Partnership 2021, which says the dedicated bus lane can improve commute reliability by up to 30%. Waka Kotahi 2022, which talks about increased reliability, encourages more public transport use and reduce congestion by 20% in high traffic areas. Environment category 2020, reducing congestion and increase public transport use and lower greenhouse gas emissions, supporting Christchurch environmental sustainability goals. New Zealand Institute of Economic Research 2021, which also supports that improved public transit access boost local economy by 20%, benefiting local businesses. So overall, I support option 1 for bus lane for the Northern Corridor, addresses transportation challenge, promotes sustainable transit, and aligns with the long-term vision of efficient, eco-friendly infrastructure. A dedicated bus lane would improve commute reliability, reduce congestion, lower pollution, and enhance safety. It also promotes proactive urban planning, addressing current transportation needs and ensuring adaptable resilience infrastructure for sustainable growth. I'd like to leave the table and people in the room with a whakatoki, he waka e noi, he rori, whakawhati, he roranga mo te iwi. What it says is that we are all in this canoe together, navigating the path together, and a journey, progress, and well-being for our community. And my choice of option 1 is taking us all together for, if not the best, but the better outcome for this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Sunita. I will jump in now and then you can jump. Sure. First up, thank you to everybody who's been involved in getting us to this point, staff and submitters and everyone who's been on the journey.
Is your mic on?
It is now.
Just now.
So thank you. I am not in favour of a clearway along this stretch. Main reasons have already been covered, but the induced demand thing and of course the safety issue. I don't see how adding an extra lane of traffic can make it safer, especially for those vulnerable users. And also just noting that a number of submitters who did choose the clearway as number 1 as their first preference, they still mentioned concerns about cyclists and that it discourages PT use and also the pedestrian safety issues. I was leaning towards favouring the T2. I saw it as a bit of a compromise. Still allows buses to use that lane and well, obviously the HOV vehicles to move faster and makes that more appealing. We've seen in the reports that 85% of the traffic southbound on Cranford Street is single occupancy vehicles. So I saw that as a good option. We can't stop commuters coming from out of town, so let's try and get them into out of the single occupancy vehicles. And I also note that the negative comments that came through in the submissions about the T2 lane, a lot of them were around the enforcement and the fact that people would abuse it. So I think if you would get that right, I think that would allay a lot of those concerns. So that's why I'm still undecided whether I'll support the resolution that's on the table at the moment, but I'll get to that eventually. But I just would like to finish by noting that not all users of Cranford Street are from out of town. There are a number of suburbs in Christchurch, north of St Albans, so please do keep that in mind. Thanks, and John.
Thank you, Emma, and thank you, everybody, colleagues, and all of the people who have been involved in the amount of work on this project. I read the report, and I've got to say, Clearway makes sense. I read it, and I said it's cheaper. It mitigates the issue. It's in scope with the notice of requirement. It does the job. That's what we ought to do. But then I had a closer scrutinising look at the submissions and the supporting reports and formed the view that it's very contextual. The mitigation of the Clearway is very limited to that 800-metre stretch of road. And we've heard, the expression is two tubes, right now, two tubes. And that does create more space. It's brilliant. However, those two tubes eventually go into one tube again at the bottom at Berwick Street. And we get that intersection constraint. So that implied congestion relief is what it may well deliver. The bus lane, I think it's dangerous to say that it has not mitigated the problem because there has been an increase in congestion over the 2.5 years of the trial, because that assumes that there would not be an increase in congestion anyway brought by new cars coming through the system, and the data does imply that. So may I be so bold to say that the congestion may have been even worse now had it not been for the bus lane. So I think what's important here is comparing, the short-term fix with the trend, and what will make, taking a longer-term view. And I read out before some of the goals and aspirations of the city that are in the long-term plan, and around mode adoption and encouraging those sorts of things. And that's the trend. We've heard that more people are using that bus, and it's not how many people are using the bus and alternative transport today. It doesn't finish there. It's how many will be using that mode in 1 year, in 2 years, and in 5 years' time. So I think that the bus lane is a solution that is working on trend and satisfies each the short-term and the longer-term objectives. It also, I think, is important to be cognizant of how it affects the very local, the people who live there on Cranford Street. And the key point, I think, is that every person who adopts public transport frees up a car space for another car. I'm not anti-car, but I am very much for freeing up space for each mode of transport. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So Pauline, finish us off.
So David Palmer today, I think it was David, used the word hostile environment, that a Clearway would create a hostile environment. And I thought that was actually a really good comment and appropriate here. And Margaret said that 4 lanes encourages speeding because it creates the impression of a motorway. And I think that's also true. And so an impression of a motorway would also create a hostile environment. And the local residents don't want that. They don't want Cranford Street to become a motorway. In fact, it's not a motorway. The motorway stops just south of QE2 Drive. Cranford Street is how you ease that traffic into the city. So to create a motorway of Cranford Street would be really, really, really awful. The bus lanes have suffered, I believe, through lack of enforcement and poor signage. I mean, you're driving along there and you can't read the sign until you're right next to it, and even then it's quite difficult. So I think that the data may have been very different if we'd had enforcement and signage. Might have been a lot different. And the SARA submission also mentioned that, and I agree with this, that an option for a clearway would be short-sighted because it will attract more vehicles. So in a year or so, Cranford Street, 4 lanes will need to be 6 lanes, then 8, and so on and so forth. And a 4-laning would mean 2 lanes of red light runners instead of 1, and that is really, really frightening, especially if the outside lane was red light running, and it's not seen because of the inside lane, or vice versa, however it works. I think that's a real worry because we know red light running is happening there. We also have to remember that a consultation is not a vote. It's not a numbers game. It's about the content of the submissions. And I believe that the submitters who are supporting the bus lane actually had a lot more basis for that, in my view. And I feel that a lot of the stuff's been said. I'm not going to repeat it, but I do feel that the reporting had a feeling of being compiled in isolation, like it didn't appear to have considered things like climate change, mode shift, cycle safety, supporting PT, supporting Environment Canterbury's public transport as well as our partner. It didn't really support local residents' views. And our many strategies like PT Futures, the Christchurch Transport Strategy, and our Council LTP priorities that you've alluded to there, John. And we've heard all options actually have little difference in travel times. So you weigh that up with what I've outlined as the big negatives, and we've heard of them today, of the clearway. I just think the bus lane is the way to go. And allowing traffic volumes to increase by allowing an extra lane with a clearway could and probably would encourage rat running, therefore further expenditure on mitigation there. So to me, the clearway is the highest risk of all the options for pedestrians and cyclists. It's dangerous, it's not safe. So I really, today I will support option 1, which is the status quo, and it's one which I think will be improved by agreeing to the extra resolution we've popped in today. So thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. Sorry, I busted with a lolly in my mouth. Right, so we're going to put that motion, which is the bus lane option, but we're going to put additions 19, 11 and 12 separately. So we'll put the bulk first. So that's the bit about the bus lane. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Me, Ali, Victoria and myself.
So what are you against?
The bus lane.
She wanted T2.
And then we'll put resolutions 19, 11 and 12. So all those in favour? Aye. Against? That was carried. So they're both carried. Thank you. And yeah, thanks again to staff for all the work on having a huge effort to get to this point. Thank you. And Andy, do it all again when it goes to council.
Sort of, you get to do some of it again when it goes to council.
Right. I'm envisaging that will be done in like 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
We've only got 2 items left. The first of which is the discretionary response fund application. Maybe
on the table, and a lot of questions which I only sort of got to last night, but I've got a lot of questions about it.
Yeah,
I'd really like to, well, I think that it'd be inappropriate to be doing it in a public environment.
So with respect though, the questions could be sent to staff before the meeting for you to get an answer on them though.
Yeah, but with respect, I didn't manage that and I'd like it laid on the table.
You need to have the support of the board to lay it on the table.
Cool question on that. Any negative consequences if we were to lay it on the table? Mark?
I think they want to move the containers and get the project up and running.
Okay, so yes.
Time constraints.
Can they wait?
They can, but obviously they would like to action move.
So, Madam Chair, I think a solution would be to either support Emma's request or go into PX.
I agree. Or go ahead and vote. There are 3 options.
Yeah.
But then if we don't have all the information, I don't know what your questions are, but.
But you will have read it, so if you're happy with what you're reading, why?
Because if there's questions that has not answered.
Okay, if someone wants to move that, we go into PX, then if that
What
is. What, yeah.
I question some of the information in the report.
No, but
But that's not a reason to go into PX.
You
Oh, I
may,
see.
a ground may be, what about privacy of natural persons? If you have an issue with a person, perhaps?
So there's privacy of people's.
It's a shame we don't have a lawyer here. Council always have a lawyer. Oh, we got Megan. Oh, geez.
We just lay on the table,
Or we just lay it on the table.
Well, you can move the resolution to lay it on the table and see.
Okay, I'd like to move a resolution to lay it on the table.
Do you have a second there?
I will. I mean, I'm comfortable with the recommendation, but I want to make sure people have, I'm happy to second.
Okay, we'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
I'm against them.
Against it.
That's fair enough.
That is carried. That was Ali, Simon and myself against. So we'll lay that one on the table.
And then the process from here, would you just file your?
Email the questions through. Yeah.
Today.
In the future, can we please try and get questions
Yes.
through early? I did specifically ask last week when the agenda came out.
Did,
Yeah, my
Questions?
absolute apologies.
This was a dispensation, won't have anything here.
Item 10,
It never happened before.
We
so-
have had 1,000 pages to read.
So-
item 10, Community Board Area Report for November. Another great report, thank you guys.
Yes.
To be happy to answer any questions.
Where?
Can I just ask how much uptake there is on the summer with neighbours?
Some of your neighbours.
It's open.
Yeah, yes,
We already approved them all.
Yeah, it
yes.
So they've.
Remember how many there were?
was about 100 and something, wasn't it?
Yeah, so previous meetings,
I couldn't.
there was a report that came with, recommendations. And I think there was maybe some talk in the next funding round that to look at doing some staff delegation stuff rather than coming to the board.
Oh, sure.
So
Thanks, my bad.
I think I remember them saying that it was nicely spread across the wards and so.
It was.
I can't remember exact numbers, but
That's fine.
yeah.
My other questions in relation to the Northcote Road corridor, just keen to understand, and give us an indication of timing on when that report might be coming to us.
Sorry, I haven't heard any update from staff on that. I know that they are working on it, so I'll follow that up.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Pauline.
Yeah, any progress on the 10 Shirley Road project, setting up the?
We've got three members of the board on there. We had a meeting this week.
Oh, good.
We're just finalising a few details, ready to start the membership base.
Okay.
The three
Yep.
members have been accepted there.
So would we get as a board monthly updates on
It will,
what's happening?
a little bit more will start appearing on the area report.
Thank you, that'd be great.
What was that, sorry?
For the 10 Shirley Road.
What was the last thing?
Area report.
We'll get updates on the area report and their updates will get more
And,
detailed as it goes on.
Can I just, this isn't the area report, but I just want to congratulate you on the presentations at the council. I think the slides are really good. They're getting better and better. So and really interesting. So and well presented too. So I think we're doing really well up there. Thank you.
Anyone else? Area report? Okay, so we need to move.
I move.
Receive, Pauline, I'll second it. Put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
That's carried. And finally, elected members information exchange.
Can I just ask a question? I just noticed that there was a sod turning for the pool, which is great, just recently. I still haven't got any information back on the ticking of the boxes with regards to the grant. We got an email back, I think, from the head of parks saying, I understand that it's all hunky-dory. I am paraphrasing, but that's essentially what it said. It would be really helpful to have something that actually had some detail in it, please.
So I think you mean head of recreation sport.
Yeah, I think it did come from Nigel Cott.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he has said that I will present the information to him
right?
Yeah, so he hasn't got it yet. So it's
So have we got some timeframes on that? I mean, I've been asking for this for about.
Well, it's up to the board when they produce it. It's on its way, I believe. Yeah.
Nigel's response was conditions B 4 to 5 are still to be satisfied. I've emailed the group to get an update, but this morning, but last time we spoke, they did not have any concerns in meeting the conditions. I'll update the board once I have a reply.
Yeah, so it's a work in progress.
And that was only on the 22nd of October, so.
I do realise that, but I had asked questions several months beforehand as well. So it would be helpful if we had some timeframes to have that information.
Yeah, but if he hasn't got it, he's waiting for them. They can't start the pool till they've got it, so it's out of our hands.
Okay, I'll play my-
It's in there,
fine.
Yes, it is. Yeah, well put, Emma.
Anything else? Simon?
Just a couple of real quick ones. There were a few of us at the sod turning ceremony this week at the pool, and it was just, really nice turnout from the community. Who represented the community. It felt great to have a visit from the school, but also nice to have some people on that journey that whole time, from when there was a pool, when we do it again. One other thing, we've been through a big period of traffic disruption in the Papanui area with the works, the railway lines, Hill Road and Langdon's Road, and of course the works down at Blair's Road as well. I was talking to the manager of the local business that was directly impacted by the Hill Road works especially, just this morning, and he was really complimentary about the speed at which those works were done and the communication that was from the project. So he had a honest turnover, but he was really philosophical about that. It had to be done, but overall, it was really positive feedback on how the project was delivered.
So perhaps we could build that into Emma's next report. As positive feedback, because we always need that.
Yeah.
And also look around St Albans area, there's that many roadworks at the moment, it's not funny. So people are being really patient. I'm not getting a lot of complaints about it. I think people are being patient. I'm used to living with the cones. We used to say after the earthquake, living with water. Now it's living with cones. But it's a means to an end, no gain without progress. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Just quickly, that positive feedback that Simon described, I received exactly the same spirit when booking with some of the businesses around Te Kaha. So it sounds like that team is delivering what's promised in that regard.
It is scheduled.
It's scheduled,
yeah.
If you get that positive feedback, do send it through and we can use that. Yeah, get it passed on to relevant teams and that sort of thing. I'm sure they'd like to hear it. Ellie?
Yeah, just some positive feedback on the parks and gardens work around the botanical gardens in Hagley Park at the moment. It's looking amazing, and also the work that's being done on the entranceway to the Armagh Street car park. And I know they're probably tidying that up to perhaps justify and soften the charging, but certainly the work that's being done on the road and everything, it's looking really amazing. But yeah, so all credit to the Parks Department, I think, for that stuff, and the road people.
And I'll add to that about the parks as well. It seems that since the change and how they were working has made a huge difference. Aberley Park, Friends of Aberley, positive comments.
My live streaming here,
and I'm part of them. Yeah, I'm a member of it. So it's noticeable that the small work is happening as well as the large work. The little street parks are being maintained as well as the bigger parks. So it seems to be an all over effect that the change is made. So it's great.
Can I jump in off the back of that, if I may? It might be nice to get the parks person for our respective areas. I think there's probably spread across 2 or 3 of them, but whatever it is, it might be good to get them down once every, say, 6 months. What have you been up to, and here's what we've noticed.
Sorry, can I add to that as well? Because it would be a great thing if we were doing that. It would also be a great thing to invite all our groups, all our community groups, our friends of,
Should have a function.
You know, so that they can hear it, you know, as well, because there often is a lot of frustration with the residents because of miscommunication. And that would really help break down that miscommunication.
Well, public meeting, anyone could attend, but we're
But
probably.
with special impact to them too, you know, yeah.
Could I just also say that, you know, the Polish Park.
Yes. Everyone got the invite there?
Yeah, Sunday, so I'll be opening that.
Yeah.
Pleasure, so it's cool. Yeah, it's really exciting. God, she's
Right,
Right, we will finish with our.
A lot going on.
Everyone stands.
Go on a rest if we're wearing a loud.
Yeah.